I tried to change my picture so that when I hit my camera, it'll show my picture instead of that silly thing. But I was trying to do it on live stream instead of StreamYard. I don't, so I don't know how to fix the picture so that it doesn't show that cameo when I turn off my camera.
It was pretty easy to get on today for me. And Shabbat Shalom, sister.
Shabbat Shalom. I love you. Frank is meeting with some friends today. He's got his own little group he's going. It started out with just two. No, it started out with three, and now it grew to 5. And he's hoping 2 more people are going to join him. And that's so exciting because when people would call me and they would say, how can I find somebody near me to meet with? Or yeah, they want to know if there's a group. Yes, that's usually what they ask for. Is there a group I can join that, that teaches this? And I tell them, I say, you need to make your own group. Everybody needs to make their own little group that they can get into.
He probably has a couple of donkeys that'll meet with him too.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Well, donkeys is a lot better than the other word they call those animals.
That is too funny.
Phyllis, is it cold up there?
I forgot my mic's on. Yes, it's very cold. It's 30. Well, it's almost 40 degrees now, but it was 32 when I woke up. It's going to go up to 44. It's going to be hot.
Yeah, we had like 37 this morning, and it's supposed to go up to I think 54.
How's Yami doing? Is she okay?
She's fine. She's here.
I always want to see how long her hair's gotten.
Oh, she hides her hair a lot.
Oh, okay.
How you doing?
I'm doing real well, thank you.
Your eyes already great, and
yes, I can see.
Lou still has one eye, or he already did it?
He already did it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he did it this past week, and he's doing real good.
Awesome.
It's like a miracle. I mean, I can actually, even though it's not from blindness to see, it's almost like those miracles there's still it's almost like those miracles Yahusha did. Hey Phil, where were you last night?
I know, I was at my sister's, so I know I missed the show. Thanks a lot for the new Basora, man. That thing's awesome.
Oh, good. I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, everybody see that? Can you see it?
Yep, we see it.
Yeah. I'm so excited. It's so packaged so well. man, it was just like that custom. It's almost like custom packaging. I noticed that. It was really nice. It really protected it. So thank you so much.
You're really welcome. One person wrote us back and said that it got damaged and shipped, or I don't, so we had to ship them another one because I don't know how to deal with that. So, well, they just said it was all damaged, and Liz said it wasn't like that when we shipped it. So it must have happened.
I don't know, but this thing, I think you could have dropped it out of a plane and still would have been okay. So I don't know.
That's the way Lou is. You know, Lou is very OCD.
Oh, yeah.
Everything has to be just perfect.
Yeah, I almost did an unboxing with that thing video because it was so well done. I mean, the paper around it was just, I didn't even want to open it. You know what I mean? Creased along the edges. The tape was, I mean, I don't know. He wrapped that, or did you?
He wraps them.
Wow.
Oh, he does all the shipping.
Yeah, he did an awesome job. I really enjoyed it. I wish you would have. Well, you said you guys always include other things, but it was just cool.
Oh, he didn't include anything else in it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh.
Yeah, it was cool. No, I was thinking about something else. Oh, no, it's awesome. I love it. So can't wait to use it today. So it's bigger. It takes up more space on my little coffee thing here, but I'll deal with it.
Well, I don't have to wear glasses to see my little book.
Yeah. Well, I don't either, but it's so much quicker to see it. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. So.
You can find it quicker. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I recommend everybody here get one for sure. Best money you'll spend for sure.
Can I quote you on that?
You better believe it. I'll do a testimony. I love it. There's a couple there. Johnny, a friend of mine ordered one. So he ordered one the next day. I showed it to him. So he lives in Nebraska. I don't know if you sent one there yet, but yeah,
I don't. We have shipped so many out. I tell you.
Oh, have you? Good.
We've got new customers. We're shipping them to people that never ever bought the original. You know.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. Well, it's worth it. So I was just so excited, and it came quick. So.
Well, you know what? From now on until the end of the year, it's probably not going to be very quick.
Right. Sure. I ordered it from you guys' site, so I know the eBay makes it more worldwide, right? Makes it easier, yeah. But
we can't ship it overseas.
Oh, you can't?
No, the United States government, what is it? Exports. They require us to open an account and keep a base amount of money in the account just to cover duty taxes if the customer doesn't want to pay it.
Oh, I see.
I'm not going to risk that. If I didn't get it from the customer, I'm not going to give it to them.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't afford that. So we just said that's too complicated, and that's why we have Amazon and eBay. I know people don't like Amazon, and Amazon has basically almost ruined my son's business.
Oh, really?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
It has? Oh.
Because they can undercut and undersell.
Oh, yeah.
Directly from China. They are China.
Yeah.
They are China, so they can ship things out cheaper, than Michael can buy them wholesale.
Right. Sure. That's too bad. It's convenient, and that's why people do it. By the time you think about something again, it's sitting on your doorstep. So, but definitely somebody always pays on the other end. You know what I mean?
It destroys all retail stuff.
Yeah.
The mom and pop,
local
the
retail.
mom and pop stores is what they destroy.
I went into West Des Moines. We have a big new mall. Well, it's not new now, but that thing was packed clear to the edge of the whole place. I couldn't believe it. I didn't go in. I just thought I'd take a ride out there. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I've never seen it that full.
What are we talking about?
A mall, the mall in our town.
Oh, just a mall. Yeah.
There was no parking places anywhere. Clear out to the edge of it's a pretty big mall parking lot, and it's even the edge where you're driving around there was cars. I don't know if people. I don't know. I didn't go in,
Yeah.
but
I said yes because that's local trade.
right, that's good. I just couldn't believe it. The way the news is. Oh, well, nobody's. So I don't know. So many conflicting stories of things. You just don't know what's going on.
They're trying so hard. I don't want to bring up a bad issue, but I think that thing that happened some years ago was all designed to give China and Amazon the edge. China, and there's another thing coming out of China called Tinyu or something like that. They make really, really cheap junk.
Yeah. I don't doubt it. Well, and the funny thing about this whole thing about China wants to destroy us, we're their best customer. So I think it's all bunk. I think it's all false. At least right now. I mean, the minute we stop,
They be cutting the hand that feeds them.
yeah. Why would you? That'd be like your best customer. You diss them and say, "I don't want you to come here anymore." I mean, who would do that? I mean, it makes no sense. So, but fear is a form of control, and those who fear incorrectly are going to be controlled. It controls your behavior. So I don't know. It's just interesting.
I've always thought of that.
Yeah.
I mean, if they would attack us or anything like that, I don't think we are the consumers of the arete.
Right.
Okay, other countries don't consume like we do.
No.
Not even you can put all of Europe together and it still doesn't consume what we consume.
No, because your average American has a pair of tennis shoes and has got 3 different colors of the same kind. You know what I mean? I mean,
In another country, they're lucky if they have one pair of sneakers.
Exactly. So, a friend of mine was just in Poland on a military. Well, it was kind of he was there for 4 months, and he said, "Phil, I couldn't wait to get back here. I mean, the experience was awesome, but it was just like going back 100 years." He said it was not good. Food was terrible. Just, they were eating pig neck, whatever it's called. Yeah, just, of course, he knows better, but they served what they served, but he said it was bad.
Did he see anybody eating live octopus?
I don't know. I didn't ask him about that stuff, but just terrible food. He said the food was terrible. He couldn't believe it. So, and just the whole thing was just not what you think. You hear the news report. Oh boy, this country's doing. No, they're this all. Yeah, exactly.
Remind me again what country this was.
Poland.
Yeah,
he was there for, I don't know, some humanitarian Red Cross kind of thing. He was doing he still does that, but
he wasn't there. Hey, Draz, how you doing?
No, he wasn't there militarily. Well, not.
Oh, hi.
Patiently. So
I'm eating.
Okay, I wonder how you Mark and Draz have pretty symbols when they close their camera. How do you do that?
You can actually change it when you go when it says you're in the show and there's a little icon. You can there's 3 dots. Then you can kind of I think edit out audio avatar or something. You can kind of edit your own picture if you want.
So I can't go back once I'm on the show.
I think you can. I think you can actually edit without.
I didn't. Oh yeah, it says edit name.
Yeah, edit avatar. Yeah.
There you go. See, I didn't want to take the time to do that because I was afraid Phil would beat me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching something, then I saw it, and I go, "Oh, it's 4 after I lost, so I wasn't even going to try." I made my wife breakfast, and I was going, I got to get down there because I'm going to beat Phillips on the show, and I'm like, oh. So I'm down about 3 shows or so I'm in trouble.
Well, maybe I'll go easy on you.
That's all right. Competition is good,
I'm trying to take my picture. Okay, I've got to pose and look pretty.
For me, Sabbath already ended because, well, it's already evening, Saturday evening.
No, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Even though it's like 7 7:22 p.m. But
Yeah.
it kind of starts to be evening about 4 p.m. So yeah, it's not that really
Yeah,
long.
it's that's early. That's for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, it's evening to evening, as we all know. Yeah.
So
Right.
what time is it there right now, Draz?
It's 7:23
In the
p.m.
morning?
No, in the evening. It just starts a bit earlier, like 4 p.m. because it's winter, so
Mm-hmm.
But I always, when it's like when it's like ended, when it's like evenings, like Saturday evening, then I start working out and all that, gymming. So that's really good for the body.
Yes.
And now I just eat like rice and some chicken.
Hmm.
Yes. Yeah, it's gotta make
We're-
my temple really healthy.
That's
Temple of
good.
Yahuwah. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so now we're gonna. Oh, so now it's Book of John. My favorite part.
Oh,
Actually,
is
my
it?
favorite book.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
the
Oh,
John.
Book of John.
mine
I
too.
was
It's
going to
actually my
ask when you
favorite
said
book.
that. I
I
remember.
really love it. I love it so much.
Years and years ago, when I was very young, I was talking to a very old man. This was so long ago. I don't remember who the old man was, but it was really old. And they asked him what, and he was happy. And they asked him what was the secret to your happiness. Maybe it was a video I was watching. Maybe it wasn't. I wasn't really there. But anyway, I was impressed by it, obviously. And he said, I read John chapter 17 every day, and that keeps me happy. I thought that was interesting.
I also love John 15 because there he says, "You're my friends." Like he does no longer call them servants, but friends. I really love that part.
Yeah, but my favorite was in the beginning was the word,
Oh
and the
yeah, that's my too.
was
Yeah.
with Elohim, and the word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with Elohim, and all came to be through him, and without him, not even one came to be that came to be. That's great. In him was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. We tell people all the time, you don't have to run away from evil. Evil
Yeah.
will run away from you once they perceive, like Mark was saying last night. And I hope everybody got to watch that. That was great. If you didn't, you've got to watch it, because he was saying the I forgot my train of thought. Mark was saying, the evil inside of people will recognize who you are, and they'll want you to leave. They'll do whatever they can to make you leave.
No, exactly. I've experienced that a lot. Yep, they don't want anything. They have no power. Evil has power with evil, but when it meets light, it has no power whatsoever. True light, not fake light, of course.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not pride. Pride is a fake light, and that's a very, very quick trap. But yeah, definitely.
No, I have one thing that I love about John chapter 15 is actually the verse 6, because it says, "If you do not abide in me, then they will be like burned up or something."
Wait a minute. Let me get to that address. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually my favorite part.
Chapter 15, what, verse 6?
Verse 5. Well, actually verse 5 to 6, because that's the context.
Oh, that's Lou's favorite verse also.
Yeah, I
I
love
am
that
the
part.
vine
Yeah.
and you are the branches. That's what he's telling everybody all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
because
people literally obey men rather than Yahusha. It's just mad. If anyone does not remain in me, he is thrown away as a branch and dries up, and they, which is the reapers, gather them and throw them into the fire, and they are burned.
That's just scare anybody.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
they abide in the Nicolaitans rather than in him.
What if you rely on Yahushua? Everything's easy. When I do things, people ask me, how do you do that? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It just happens. I mean, obviously you have to institute it, but he's working through you, even in temporal things. So it's just, you can't explain it. And they're like frustrated because they you know, and if you say him, well, then it shuts them off immediately because it's light and they're darkness, or they're in the darkness. So they don't know, and they, it's
Yeah.
almost like they roll their eyes. Oh no, not that again. I go, well, whatever. You don't have to believe it if you don't, but I'm telling you, why would I be making that up? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So
Mm-hmm.
that's
I
the
also
last thing
like,
you do.
I also like Philippians chapter 4, I think, verse 13, where it says that Mashiach strengthens me or something like that. Yeah, that's really my favorite part too.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, all of it's my favorite.
Yeah, all of it. Literally all of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. But I've recently kind of, well, I don't really say an argument, but kind of like striven with the wicked in a way, as we can say in the Proverbs chapter 28. But because people defend kind of lawlessness in a way, they always bring up like Galatians, that the Torah is a curse and all that. But actually, that's not true, because you are cursed if you disobey.
Yeah, it's a curse to them because they don't believe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
We've talked about that before, where we're not bound to it because we've obeyed it. Our spirit obeys it. So it's the old man, the flesh, still wants lawlessness.
Yeah, it's I
obviously.
mean,
Yeah.
the flesh is literally unable to be
Right.
subject to the Torah, as it says in Romans chapter 8, verse 7. Yeah, exactly. The old man cannot do it.
No.
Also, my favorite actually also Deuteronomy 28, because it says that if you obey my voice, then the blessing shall come upon you. But if you don't, obviously, if you don't, then there shall be curses. So that's actually what I tell people. Like, you should really read Deuteronomy 28. There's the blessings and the curses. And then I said, then we can talk. But they don't really do that. They kind of obey the pastors.
Yeah.
I don't know if you all can hear that, but my cat's up there snoring.
Ah,
I was looking around the room and going, "Oh, he's sleeping." I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was like, "What is
No, it's okay.
noise?" I love looking at your dog, Phil. What's his name?
Oakley.
Oakley. That's right. I remember that, but my memory. I keep asking Yahusha to heal my memory, but
Oh yeah.
I guess I'm the way he wants me to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it helps you not remember things that might be troubling too. In the past, who knows? I don't know if that's part of it or not. But, yeah.
Yeah. I've had some past that I don't want to remember.
Yeah, all of us have. That's for sure. The adversary wants you to remember. So
Yeah.
But we were talking about how the evil can. Well, we were talking about the effects of having Yahushua inside of you. When Lou and I are working together on something, quite often we'll be getting ready to suggest the same thing. We'll be working on a puzzle or just whatever, and both of us come up with the same idea at the same time, and it's just hilarious. I said, "Well, there we go again."
Yeah.
Because we're one spirit, one mind in Yahushua. It's really a blessing.
It was crazy too, because I was having, for example, one topic about something, and then I see it in the Twitter, like someone else also has the same thing said as I said. It's so crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you see it somewhere in Twitter or whatever, like they talk about the same thing as I did, for example. It's so cool.
Even before internet, when Lou would do a study and write, would do everything manually. He'd manually write down the studies and that sort of thing. And then we would get a study in the mail from somebody that we communicate with, and it'll be on the same subject. And it's just confirmation. Almost everything Lou's written down, he's gotten confirmation from someone else after he wrote it down. So
Yeah.
that's Yahusha working in all of us.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. He's literally omnipresent everywhere.
But really, Phil, if you missed Mark's program last night,
Yeah, I did.
please
I kind of missed it too. I
watch
should
it.
watch it.
You should.
I'll have to watch it.
It was.
I think it says that the servant is not greater than his master.
Yeah, his master. Yeah.
Right. And even though everything he quotes from, we all know, but just hearing it just kind of makes it solidified in your spirit, hearing it over and over again like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have to do that. Thank you. I saw it and I looked because it came up. You know, it comes up, reminds you. Yeah. So.
Okie dokie. I guess we're ready to roll today.
Were your ears burning, Mark?
Well, actually, I just walked in. What you guys talking about me? You were.
In a good way. Phyllis
Okay.
started it. Just so you know.
That's how I'll get to rewind it and watch it and see what y'all were saying after we're done.
That's right. Mute.
Yeah. All right. So we have, looks like my screen is moving slow or something today. I don't know. Kind of weird. All right. So this is all we got. 5 people today. We're half full. Anybody else wants to join us, you're more than welcome. We got 5 slots available here. I kind of figured this would probably continue. I'm sure a lot of people are still visiting family and or entertaining family and friends through this long week and weekend. School has been out, so all the kids are home and so forth and so on. So if you miss the study, you always have the option to watching it, the recording, so you won't miss a whole lot. Yeah, and this screen is acting really strange. I'm going to jump out of here and come back.
Yeah, you know what, Mark, it's like a delay. Your lips are behind what we're hearing.
Yeah, I see that. It's like I'm in slow motion. I'm going to jump out of here and I'll be right back.
I think it's great that he can leave and come back and not disturb the whole program. That's cool.
Yeah.
Still doing it. Maybe they'll straighten it up here. I don't know what's going on, but you can hear me okay though, right?
Yeah, the hearing is good.
And you're in time. Your lips are on time with the audio.
Okay. Yeah, maybe something they're dragging or something because of the weekend or whatever, long weekend. All right, so we're going to get started here. Nevertheless, we're going to go into the study of Yahukanon today. And so I just want to mention some things about Yahukanon that maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but I think they're important to know. Yahukanon is, they compare that with Luke, Matthew, and Mark. And these are the 4 that we haven't studied yet. We're going to study them in order as they are presented in the BYNV. But most people don't know is that Yahukanon, 90% of Yahukanon is different than the other 3. So 93, what I'm saying is 90% of the information in Yahukanon is different than the other 3. Speaking of Luke, Matthew, and Mark.
I think Yahukanon kind of reveals more about Yahusha's, identity and divinity.
Yeah. He talks a lot more about Yahusha. And it's also centered around Judea, if you will. And it's pretty unique in a lot of ways. That there's seven. It's called known as the seven signs. The seven signs book, the book of signs, because there's seven signs within Yahukanon that identifies the secret or exposes the secret identity of Yahusha. There's also the seven I ams, the declaration or proclaiming of the seven I ams from Yahusha throughout the book of Yahukanon, where he says, I am the bread of life. I am the light of the world. I am the door. I'm the good shepherd. I am the resurrection and the life. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. I am the vine. You are the branches, which is all revealed through there. So you have that as well. And so there's a lot of uniqueness now. Interestingly, the book of Mark, which we're going to be getting into at the end, is the opposite. So 90% of what's in Yahukanon is unique to the book of Yahukanon. It's not found in any of the other books. And Mark's the opposite. 90% of Mark is found in all the other books. So it's kind of the opposite. Go ahead, Raul.
I don't know if the other ones are the same, but reading through it this week, I noticed that he speaks in like a third person. He kind of separates himself from the Talmudim. So that would be another reason why a lot of people might think that he's Elazar.
Yeah, that's another part of Yahukanon. I'm just going to hit on that. Is that it's the only one that really does not identify the author by name. So there's really no identification of who really wrote this. The reason it's titled John is because of the circus. They've credited the writing of this book to John, this one of the sons of thunder, his brother being James. But there's a lot of reasons why that is probably not true. And one of the big ones is that in Yahukanon 2, he calls himself the elder. If you all recall that study in John 2, he says the elder to the chosen lady and the children. He refers to himself as the elder. Okay, so Yahukanon, the son of thunder, the brother of James, was not the elder. James was the elder. John was the little brother. So he wouldn't have been calling himself the elder. More than likely he would not have, unless he was consider himself an elder of the way. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm a little bit confused. Whenever the circus says John, they always mean John, one of the sons of thunder. There's no way they could say Yahukanon and be referring to the lad that laid his head against Yahusha's shoulder. It's always.
Go ahead.
I was just going to repeat myself. Is it always one of the sons of thunder when they say Yahukanon?
Yeah, as far as the circuit goes, 90% of them, yes. When they say John, they're always referring to the Apostle John, what they call the Apostle John, which is one of the sons of thunder. But he's the baby. He's not the second. He's not the oldest. He's the second. Yeah, he's the younger of the two. James being the elder or the older. So yeah, that's who they always refer to. Now, of course, sometimes they're talking about John the Immerser, right? Yahukanon the Immerser, John the Baptist. There's really 4 or 5 Johns here, but none of them are referred to as the writer of this book. It's always when they're talking about the writer, the author of this book is John, the son of thunder, always.
And you say it is?
I say there's no identity. We do not know the author's never identified. It's the only one that the author's not identified. We know Matthew, the tax collector, wrote Matthew. We know John Mark, titled Mark, wrote the book of Mark, and we know Luke is the author of Luke, and probably more than likely, high percentage, that Luke is also the author of Acts. Okay, but John, we just don't know. It does not identify. But one of the unique things about John is that it centers around a person called Eleazar, which is quite amazing. And it's centered around Judea. It's not around Galilee, and it doesn't speak of the events of John and James, the sons of thunder, such as the transfiguration. You don't find it in the book of John. You would think if the author of John was the son of thunder, that he would have definitely shared his memoir of the transfiguration, the Mount of Olives, right? I mean, that was huge, but you don't find it in John. See, so there's a lot of clues here. And go ahead, Joshua.
No, I think I missed the part where you said, why does the church, the circus, for lack of a better term, why do they refer it to John if it's not written by John?
They've given it the authorship over to John, the son of thunder. They call the apostle John.
Yeah.
And they really don't know.
They really don't know. Okay. But now, I mean,
they don't accept that Eleazar or the Talmud that was laying on the breast of Yahushua at the dinner was someone other than one of the 12 apostles, mainly because of that portrait of the Last Supper that we're all familiar with. Okay. I have a video out there on this channel that explains all that. I think most of us have watched that. And you can go back and rewatch that. If you really want to know a lot about it, I would recommend, I urge you to go watch that.
Was this named during the Council of Nicaea as well? Or was this a change? I mean, like, when did they
decide to credit it to?
Yeah, right.
I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
But yeah, it would been somewhere in the 4th century, I'm sure.
You know, some call as Yohanan in like Aramaic, or like Yohanan, or.
So, what'd you say, Dress?
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that they call Yahukanon as Yohanan in Aramaic.
Yeah.
There are some kind of like Aramaic scriptures that it says Yohanan.
Right.
Lou shares some good information in the chat.
Go ahead and read it, Ro.
He says, by deduction, we identify the person referred to as the Talmud, whom Yahusha loved, whom became ill, died and was called out of the tomb 4 days after. Eleazar took on his secondary name because the Yahudim sought to kill him also.
It would be a good reason not to put your name on a book of work.
Yeah. Yahukanon was sought after. They wanted to kill him because many people believed in Yahusha because he rose him from the dead. He was woke up from the dead. And so since they were out to kill him, obviously he would be hiding out and he would be incognito and hiding his true identity by using a different name and stuff like that. Not going to the places where he usually goes, things like that. I mean, they were out to kill him. He was definitely incognito and hiding and running. Yeah, it's there's some amazing things, and I had a dream about chapter 21 last night. It was just driving me insane. Yeah, they call him Lazarus, which is Greek. It comes from the Greek. You know, the Christianity's all hung up on Greek. But yeah, chapter 21 was really heavy on my mind as I was dreaming this last night. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What was your dream?
It was all about chapter 21. And so chapter 21, the last chapter of John, was chapter 21, verse 24. You see that? Everybody go there. It's in bold italics. See the bold print? This is the pupil who bears witness about these things and wrote these things. And we, see, we, that's plural. And we know that his witness is true. And so in my dream, what was revealed was that somebody, okay, several people actually, gathered these writings, these memoirs. It was really memoirs of Alazar, because it speaks of this. The whole book is centered around Alazar. And after he raises him from the dead, okay, he's not known as Alazar anymore. All of a sudden, you never hear the name Alazar. You only hear the pupil whom Yahusha loved at that point, from then on to the end. And so in this dream, this is the people who bears witness about these things and wrote these things. We know that his witness is true. Was that he gave all these writings, his memoirs, to some other apostles, okay, some of the other Talmudim, the 12, and they took it and they read through that, and then they inserted the 24 in his recording, and that's why it says we. And so what they were doing here, they were basically giving it the authenticity of this writing, and they were affirming that it was true, that everything that Alazar wrote. Remember, he wasn't one of the 12. So the members of the 12, perhaps all of them, at least some of them, confirmed and gave a letter of authenticity to this writing, and they inserted that verse 24 in there to show that they approved everything that he said and agreed with it, and they acknowledged that it was true. Read it. This is the pupil who bears witness about these things and wrote these things, and we know that his witness is true. You see that? Everybody
says that
picking
kind
up
of says
on
that
that?
he wrote those things.
Yeah, he wrote those things, these
So
things.
this is just
We know that his witness is true. So it's a confirmation. It's an letter of authenticity that they're attaching to this letter. Don't forget, he was not an apostle. I'm just using that so you clearly understand what I'm saying.
does this happen in any other books where they have this letter of authenticity at the end of it?
No, not the only thing it does. It's some of the other letters. It says that so and so, wrote the book. So there was a scribe that was writing for someone, like for Peter or for Paul or someone, and then they identified that it was being written by in the handwriting of a scribe. But nothing like this. No type of certificate of authenticity attached to any other book or memoir that I know of, that I can think of. If you find one, let me know. I don't think so.
It's also kind of funny to me when you go to John chapter 14. It says that he who has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, show us the Father? It's kind of funny how people kind of argue about that. Why, like, it's just funny. Like, why do you argue what he said? It just makes no sense. He
Yeah.
clearly said, "Have you not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, show us the Father?" Right? It's just weird. Like, like, why do you argue about that? What he said.
Okay, so while we're on this subject, I guess I might as well nail it here. I got this little writing here that I'll share with you. It's saying that this book, okay, was written from an eyewitness testimony, okay, and of an unnamed person or author who is often referred to as the disciple or the Talmudim who Yahusha loved, or the other disciple, the other pupil. So he's identified as the other pupil or the pupil whom Yahusha loved. After Lazarus or Eleazar is raised from the dead, that's all we get. Okay. So no actual name is given. And the common assumption is that it was written by John the Apostle, the son of thunder, because of the similarities in language with the letters of John, 1st, 2nd, 3rd John. So that's why they contributed to this one to him. But like I said, that makes no sense. Now we studied 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John, and we all should remember that it definitely sounds like the same author. Okay, and he uses the same verbiage and so forth and so on throughout those letters, but he also refers to himself as an elder, which the elder would not be Yahukanon, the Talmudim, or one of the 12, because he was the younger. James was older than him. He would never call himself the elder, especially back then. So in John 21, 20, it says, Peter turning around saw the disciple following. This was the disciple or the Talmudim or pupil whom Yahusha loved, the one who had also leaned on Yahusha's chest at the supper and asked who was going to betray you. Okay, so if you watch that video that I did a few weeks back, you'll see where I'm actually trying to argue or present the case that there was 13 people sitting at the table, not 12, 13 with Yahusha, and then another 14th one, which was Eleazar. And also the room had other people in it. There was more than just them present at the Last Supper. Okay, there's scriptural proof of that. And so watch that video and you'll find that out. And so then go ahead.
So I was just going to say that Last Supper picture, I mean, does it hold any merit for anything, or is it just a false picture, like a false? I mean, really, it's just a graven image, right? I mean,
it's kind of based on Christianity, man, and their doctrine. It's not scriptural. Scripturally, there was 14 people there, and there was more people in the room. There was others present. It wasn't just them. Like I say, watch that video. So 24, this is the disciple who testifies about these things and wrote these things. We know that his witness is true. I just shared that with you. Okay, so from verse 24, we can see that there are two people, at least two people, if not more, involved in compilation of these writings. Okay, and there is the pupil whom Yahusha loved, who testified and wrote down his testimony or his memoirs. Then there seems to be a person who is saying, we know that his testimony is true. So after thinking about that just a little bit harder and considering this text itself is revealing that this book was more likely written by Eleazar who is the disciple whom Yahusha loved. There's no doubt about that. We can show proof of that. Easily show proof of that. And then wrote out his memoirs and gave them to one of the other disciples or Talmudim, or perhaps a group of them. And then this group or this other Talmudim, whoever it was, or group of those, then felt that they would need to authenticate these memoirs or testimony of Al-Azhar by saying, we know that his testimony is true. See that? This was part of my dream last night. I mean, it was over and over and over again, till it was so aggravating it kept waking me up. And every time I go to sleep, I dream the same thing. It was just crazy. All right. So there's, I think, 9 different things in this book that really point to Al-Azhar being the author. And in this book, go ahead.
When you say Al-Azhar, you're talking about Lazarus, right? That's who
Jesus
raised from.
Yeah, Lazarus is just the Greek. Al-Azhar is the Hebrew name. Lazarus is what they call him in the Greek. So they're not transliterating the name, they're just substituting the name. They've changed his name to Lazarus in the Greek. Okay, same person. It's the one he rose from the dead. So Al-Azhar would be the Hebrew, it would be the correct name for him. Okay. So in the Greek text, they call him Lazarus.
Yeah, I've got a BYNV in front of me, so I'm still getting used to the Hebrew names for everyone and trying to learn all that, but
yeah. Okay, so there's only one person in Scripture that's called or named or is known as the pupil whom Yahusha loved. There's only one, and that's Al-Azhar. And he is called this 3 times in the book of Yahukanon. Now, the one thing that I've been trying as hard as possible to find is proof that when he went into incognito and was hiding out, that he began to use the alias name Yahukanon. But I can't really find anything, at least not of yet, that specifically says that. But I did find a lot of information that back then, I think it was 20%, if I'm not mistaken, of the people living in Judea or Yehuda was named John or Yahukanon. So it was a very common name. And so if you were going to hide your identity and use an alias, Yahukanon would probably be a very good choice because there were so many people had that name. Like I say, it was like 20% of the men had that name. It was very popular. It's like Smith, if you're going to pick an alias, why not Smith? There's so many Smiths, it would be hard to track you down, right? The same reason why he chose Yahukanon. Be very hard to track him down just by that name, and they didn't have surnames back then. They would just simply say Yahukanon, the son of Robert, or something like that, to try to narrow down the ID of that person. Okay, and so that much, it's not solid proof that he was going by that alias Yahukanon, but it sure is enough proof that you could look and see why he would go by that name and why he would choose that alias. Very common. Okay, so when Eleazar was sick, his sister sent a message to Yahusha to tell him that Eleazar was sick, and this is what the message says. It's in John 11:3. I didn't plan on doing this right off the get-go today, but we might as well since we're on this subject. So John 11:3 says, so the sisters sent word to Yahusha, Yahusha, the one you love is sick. The one you love is sick. So this is very interesting and important because the message comes and says the one you love is sick, and that's it. So this message makes sense if there was one specific person that had a reputation of being loved by Yahusha. Otherwise, that message would have been pointless. So then the author writes in verse 11:5, now Yahusha loved Martha and her sister and Eleazar. So when Yahusha arrived at Eleazar's gravesite, the Yehudim then testified that Eleazar was greatly loved by Yahusha in verse 36. It says, then the Yehudim said, see how he loved him? So in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every matter be established. Eleazar is the only man in this book contributed to Yahukanon, singled out as being the one whom Yahusha loved or loved by Yahusha. So the Talmudim whom Yahusha loved is even introduced as a person after the resurrection of Lazarus or Eleazar. Okay. So we see how Lazarus is introduced. He is introduced as the one whom Yahusha loved. So we're told that Eleazar, his name is Eleazar. Yahusha then goes and raises him from the dead, and a great feast is held. The last time Eleazar is mentioned is after his resurrection, when he is reclining with Yahusha at the Last Supper in Bethany. So John 12:2 says, here a dinner was given in Yahusha's honor, and Martha served, while Eleazar was among those reclining at the table with him. The term disciple whom Yahusha loved, or pupil whom Yahusha loved, is then introduced for the first time soon after this in chapter 13, and he is introduced as reclining with Yahusha. So Yahukanon 13:23 says, one of them, the pupil whom Yahusha loved, was reclining next to him. The term pupil was used to refer to any and all the people who believed in and followed Yahusha. It doesn't just refer to the 12 chosen. Since chapter 11 has already introduced Eleazar as the one whom Yahusha loved, it makes sense that he is the same one being referred to in chapter 13 and the chapters that follow. Okay, so John, not among the other disciples or pupils. The pupil whom Yahusha loved is also referred to as the other disciple or the other pupil. Yahukanon 18:16 says, but Peter had to wait outside at the door. The other pupil who was known to the high priest came back. spoke to the servant girl on duty there and brought Peter in. So here we find out that the other disciple, the other pupil, knows the high priest. This is going to more than likely eliminate John, the son of thunder, who was from Galilee. All the high priests and everything lived around Jerusalem area. Okay, so John 22, verse 2 says, so she came running to Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one whom Yahushua loved, and said, they have taken the master out of the tomb, and we don't know where they have put him. It's most likely that the term other disciple was used to refer to a pupil who was not among the 12. At Yahushua's last appearance, the text lists the pupils and 2 other pupils. John 21:2 says, there were together Simon Peter and Thomas called Didymus and Nathanael of Cana in Galilee, and the sons of Zebediah, which would be the sons of thunder, and 2 other of his disciples. 2 other of his disciples. The term sons of Zebediah was used to refer to the pupils James the elder and John the lesser. Luke 5:10 says, and so were James and John, the sons of Zebediah, Simon's partners. Then Yahushua said to Simon, don't be afraid. From now on, you will fish for people. So we see that James and John are not referred to by the term other disciple, which is used to refer to the pupil whom Yahushua loved. Everybody picking up with me laying down here so far? Okay, so this pupil was known to the high priest. The other disciple, or the pupil whom Yahushua loved, was known to the high priest. So the pupil whom Yahushua loved was known to the high priest and is the only one who records the relationship between Annas and Caiaphas, the names of the servant whose ear was cut, and his relationship with the girl who accuses Peter as being one of them in the court, followers of Yahushua in the court. So Yahukanon 18:15 and 16 says, and Simon Peter followed Yahushua, and so did another disciple. Now that disciple was known to the high priest and went with Yahushua into the courtyard of the high priest. But Peter stood at the door outside. Then the other pupil, whom was known to the high priest, went out and spoke to her who kept the door and brought Peter in. So Yahukanon and Kepha, on the other hand, were not known to the high priest. In the book of Acts, that's the first time Anna and Caiaphas talked to them. First time they talked to the high priest. So Acts 4:6 and 13 says, Annas, the high priest, was there with Caiaphas, Yahukanon, Alexander, and as many as were relatives of the high priest. Now when they saw the boldness of Peter and John and had perceived that they were unlearned and ignorant men, they marveled. They recognized that they had been with Yahushua. So the pupil could not have been John, the son of thunder, because he did not know the high priest until Acts 13. See that? However, Eleazar, who lived in Bethany, which was only 2 short miles from Jerusalem, where most of the Levites and the priests lived, both he and his sisters Martha and Mary were named after descendants of Levi priests. Lazarus is the Greek transliteration of the Hebrew name Eleazar, if you will. Eleazar is Aaron's son, the next high priest after Aaron. Mary is the Greek name of the Hebrew name Miriam. Miriam was Aaron's sister. Lazarus and his sisters were therefore most likely of a priestly family. And this explains why they would know the inner workings of the priest's courts and would know the high priest, because they were from that priestly line and lived in the city that the priests and the Levites lived in, Bethany. This was all around Yehuda.
I was going to say that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that it sounds like there was there was Jesus, Yeshua was really close with Eleazar on a personal level. And I just wondered if that was fleshed out in anywhere else, but it's just in this book, just in this one book, correct?
The book of Yahukanon, really, Eleazar is a key figure in this book. So if it was Yahukanon, the son of thunder, why is he concentrating on Eleazar's memoirs and not his own? Like I said, his biggest thing, John and James and Peter were the three insiders. They went everywhere Yahusha went. Would he not be talking about the memoirs of these things if he was the author, especially the transfiguration on the Mount of Olives? Yes, he would. But he doesn't. He's centered around, it's totally centered around Eleazar. He's the main figure here.
And you think that Eleazar was you think his father was a high priest? Is that?
He was from he was from the line of high priests because he lived in the city where the priests and the Levites lived. And
so he was a Levi.
And him and his sisters had priests' names. Eleazar, Martha, and Mary. Okay, which is other evidence that they were from the Levite line. See that? Okay. So James, John, and Peter, on the other hand, were from the Sea of Galilee. They were Galileans. And it makes sense that the high priest and court did not know them at all because they were up north from Bethany, and they lived way up north. So it makes sense that they didn't know them. They were from a totally different area. Okay. All right. So this book of Yahukanon here focuses almost entirely on the Judea area or region, Yehuda, which would have been the southern kingdom. Galilee was in the northern kingdom. So unlikely that the high priest would know these fishermen, these commoners from Galilee. You see that? So, but the other disciple knew the high priest. So that's proof that it couldn't be Yahukanon, the son of thunder. You see where I'm going with that? Okay, so it focuses on this Judea area. The book of John mainly focuses on a few events in and around Yehuda or Judea. It's said to be an eyewitness testimony with the other three memoirs only record one visit by Yahusha to Jerusalem. The book of John here records 3 visits to Jerusalem over 3 years. So it's focused around the Judea area. Okay, so Yahukanon 12 through 18 says, The next day, a great multitude that had come to the feast, when they heard that Yahushua was coming to Jerusalem, took branches of palm trees and went out to meet him and cried out, Hosanna, Hoshanu, Hoshanu. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Master, the King of Yisrael. Therefore, the people who were with him when he called Eleazar out of his tomb and raised him from the dead bore witness. For this reason, the people also met him, because they heard that he had done this sign. So the focus on Jerusalem and Judea rather than Galilee points towards a Judean eyewitness of sorts, other than a Galilean. This again makes Eleazar a better candidate for the authorship of this book. Everybody seeing that? Okay, so people believed this pupil would not die. After the resurrection of Yahushua, Yahushua foretells Peter's death. Peter then asks, what of this man? John 21:19-23 says, now he said this, signifying by what kind of death he would esteem Yahuwah. When he had said this, he said to him, follow me. Then Peter, turning around, saw a pupil following. This was the pupil whom Yahushua loved, the one who had also leaned on Yahushua's breast at the supper and asked, Master, who is going to betray you? Peter, seeing him, said to Yahushua, Master, what about this man? Yahushua said to him, if I desire that he stay until I come, what is that to you? You follow me. This saying therefore went out among all the brothers that this pupil wouldn't die. Yet Yahushua didn't say to him that he wouldn't die, but if I desire that he stay until I come, what is that to you? Okay, so this is interesting, especially when you research and find out that this book Yahukanon was written well after the other three memoirs, well after, which means Yahukanon was Eleazar was still around. So that's kind of interesting, being the fact that they were out searching to kill him, find him and kill him, but he was still around. Okay, so it makes sense that people would assume that Eleazar would not die again after what Yahushua said. And especially since he had died already. Would Eleazar have to die twice, given that scripture says that men only have to die once and then the judgment? Okay, so 7, then the 12 pupils all deserted Yahushua. They all deserted him, including John, one of the sons of thunders. So according to all the other gospels, we are told that all of Yahushua's apostles deserted Yahushua except for Peter, who later denied him. Remember, he was let in by the other disciple that knew the high priest. All three gospels mentioned, or all three memoirs, I should say, mentioned only Peter going to the temple and entering into the courtyard. If he was with John, another apostle, they would have said so. But if he was with someone not a pupil, it makes sense that they would not mention him. Matthew 26:31-33 says, Then Yahushua said to them, all of you will be made to stumble because of me tonight. For it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered. But after I am raised up, I will go before you into Galilee. But Kepha answered him, even if all will be made to stumble because of you, I will never be made to stumble. So they all deserted him. They weren't even at his execution. But we know that the pupil whom Yahushua loved was, along with Mary and Mary and Mary. All right. All right. The pupil was the first to believe. The pupil whom Yahushua loved was the first to believe that Yahushua had resurrected. When this other pupil saw the empty tomb and the wrapped cloth, he immediately believed. So Yahukanon 20:7-9 says, and the cloth that had been on his head, not lying with the linen cloths, but rolled up in a place by itself. So then the other pupil who came first to the tomb also entered in, and he saw and believed. For as yet they didn't know the scripture that he must rise from the dead. When Yahushua later meets the 11, he rebukes them all for not believing that he rose from the dead. Mark 16:4 says, afterward he was revealed to the 11 themselves as they sat at the table, and he rebuked them for their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they didn't believe those who had seen him after he had risen. It therefore makes sense that this other disciple was not one of the 12. And Eleazar, having been raised from the dead after 4 days himself, it makes sense that he immediately believes after he sees the linen cloths. The same detail of the cloths is also highlighted during the raising of Eleazar from the dead. This is why he recognized that Yahushua was raised from the dead, because he went through that himself. Okay, so Eleazar uses other titles. Okay, he quits going by his name Eleazar. He starts using the identification or the title, the pupil whom Yahushua loved. And then he went even further into incognito and began using the other pupil. Okay, so then he after he was put on the island of Patmos, we'll say, he began using the alias Yahukanon. See that? So he wasn't using Yahukanon. That's not why the book is named Yahukanon. That was done by the circus. Okay. So he did adopt that name, matter of factly, especially during the writing of Revelation, because he says, I, Yahukanon. He names himself several times in Revelations. He uses the name Yahukanon. Okay. So it was John 1, 2, and 3 written on Patmos or before? Nobody really knows. But he's definitely using Yahukanon, naming himself, using that name in Revelations. Okay, so the same detail. So he uses these other titles. The circus labeled this book John, not Yahukanon. He didn't start using that name until he wrote Revelation. So in the other writings of John, such as Revelations and the 3 letters, he refers to himself as Yahukanon or the elder. He continues to hide his identity, but he never calls himself the disciple whom Yahushua loved in these other books, either Yahukanon or the elder. And don't forget, he wasn't the elder. Yahukanon, the son of thunder, was not the elder. His brother James was the elder. and he was even the head of the council in Jerusalem. Okay, so Revelations 1:4 says, Yahukanon to the 7 assemblies which are in Asia. Grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and who is to come, and from the 7 Ruachs who are before his throne. Revelations 1:9 says, I, Yahukanon, both your brother and companion in the tribulation and kingdom and patience of Yahushua HaMashiach, was on the island that is called Patmos for the word of Yahuwah and for the testimony of Yahushua. You know, I'm kind of amazed there where he says, I, Yahukanon, both your brother and companion in the tribulation. Is he cluing us that he's going to be alive in the tribulation years here? It does sound like that, doesn't it? Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to ask about the elders. I know in the Torah, you know, it was very the theme of the firstborn was very important. So, did you have to be a firstborn in order to be an elder? Can be considered an elder?
As far as the sibling goes, yeah. As far as a certain family, the elder was the firstborn son. Yes. But an elder could also be a leader of an organization or a group.
Well, that's what I'm referring to. The elder, as in the leader of the tribe or organization or group or whatever. Did they always have to be a firstborn, or they could have just been anybody?
They could have been anybody. When we enter into the everlasting covenant, we have entered into the assembly of the firstborn, and we're recorded. Because, see, the firstborn belongs to Yahuwah. So when you enter into the everlasting covenant, you are now part of the assembly of the firstborn. You have entered into, and you're written on the scroll of the firstborn. Okay, so once you become Israel, you're considered the firstborn because you're going to be in the first resurrection. You see it? So the oldest person in the group doesn't always have to be the leader or the elder.
And we saw that with, you know, like Jacob wasn't the firstborn, correct? You know, originally wasn't Esau older than him? So, and then he ended up being the leader of Israel. So,
Right. And there can be elders. It doesn't always have to be one. You know, there can be elders. Okay. Speaking of the 12 elders sitting on the 12 thrones. Okay. So elder, you know, it's just a specific contained to one specific thing. There's a variety that can apply to. That's one of the things we have to be real careful about when we study scriptures, is not to make sure that we're putting the same word in context so that we don't get mixed up, because it can be applied to other things and other people, you know. So we got to keep everything in context. It's extremely important, especially when we see duplicated words, because even though they sound the same, they're written the same, they can mean something different when applied differently in a different context. You know, same as like a pitcher. You know, so you have a pitcher, could be a person on a baseball team throwing the ball from the mound, or a pitcher can be something that contains water and we pour into glasses or drink into glasses with a pitcher. You know, it's pronounced the same, it's the same wording, but it means something different because of the context it's presented in. So we have to be aware of that in scripture as well. Okay. And so in speaking of that, and it's in John, 2 John 1, it says the elder and Yahukanon was son of thunder was not the elder brother or the oldest brother. Okay, James was, okay, in this context. So here it says the elder to the elect lady and her children, which would have been Mary, the mother of Yahusha, and her children. Okay, so it makes sense, whom I love in truth, and not only I, but also all those who have known the truth, that Mary, the mother of Yahusha, and her children would be the siblings of Yahusha. Yahusha is the one that made Eleazar the son of Mary, and therefore the other children of Mary would have been Eleazar's siblings. So Mary and her children would be his mother and his siblings, because Yahusha made it so. When he said, behold, woman, here's your son. Behold, son, this is your mother, right? Okay, so Eleazar is or was living proof of the resurrection power of Yahuwah, of Yahusha. And we are told that the Yehudim were seeking to kill him. So it makes sense that he would hide his identity. He would go by an alias. He would be incognito, rather choosing to call himself the pupil whom Yahusha loved, and the other pupil, knowing that the others would know who he is. And John 12:10-11 says, but the chief priest plotted to put Eleazar to death also, because on account of him, many of the Yehudim went away and believed in Yahusha. So there you go. There's a lot of reasons for us to believe that the author of this book is not Yahukanon, the apostle, okay, or son of thunder, but Eleazar, the one whom Yahusha loved. Okay? So as we go ahead and study through Yahukanon now, let's keep all that in mind and see if we can all relate to try to figure out who the author is as we read through this. And see at the end what we come up with as a conclusion on the author of this book. Knowing that the author is not identified, so nobody knows for sure. But boy, if once we start realizing what's going on here, I think it narrows down the gap, and I think it leans heavily toward Eleazar. Any questions on any of that before we move on, or any thoughts, or anybody have any other evidence or suggestive evidence that proves that Eleazar's the author? Anybody?
I think you kind of covered everything.
Okay. All right. So let's begin in Yahukanon now. Who would like to read chapter 1, which is a very intense chapter? I don't know if we'll even get through this chapter today, but we'll see how it goes. There's a lot in this chapter. We see here that when it starts off in the beginning, Bereshith, right, is announced a second time. The first time we hear this is Genesis 1. So therefore, we know that there's not two beginnings, right? And so what is this meaning then? This is telling us there has to be some type of connection between Genesis 1 and Yahukanon 1. There's got to be a connection here. There's not two different beginnings. Go ahead, Joshua.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that it goes back to he made known the beginning from the end, right? in the beginning. So
In the beginning from the end of what?
I'm blank on the whole verse, but my mind immediately connected.
Yahusha.
I think you're referring to when Yahusha said Yahuwah knows the ending, knows us from the ending to the beginning, to the end, from the beginning to the end.
He declares the
Right. He
beginning.
declares the beginning and the end. Right. Yeah.
So he declares the beginning from the end. It's found in Isaiah 46:10, Joshua. So Isaiah 46:10, go to that.
I'm glad you brought that up, Joshua.
Isaiah 46:10. Actually, we can go from 8 to 11. Remember this and show yourselves men. Turn it back, you transgressors. Remember the former events of old. For I am all, and there is no one else. Elohim, and there is no one like me. Declaring the end from the beginning, and from of old that which has not yet been done, saying, my counsel does stand, and all my delight I do. Calling a bird of prey from the east, the man who executes my counsel from a distant land. Indeed, I have spoken it, I also bring it to pass. I have planned it, I also do it. So there you go. What does that mean? So the end from the beginning of what, Joshua?
I think he refers to when he says in Revelation that I'm the beginning and the end.
Of what? Go ahead, Raul.
Of Yahusha.
Of Yahusha?
Yeah. He was in the beginning and he'll be at the end.
No. Go ahead, Phil.
Everything.
Of the word.
Everything.
No.
Hmm.
There's no beginning and there's no end to Yahuwah.
Creation.
Yahuwah is from everlasting to everlasting. What was that?
Creation.
Creation. The beginning, the end from the beginning of his creation.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
So there's a time frame on his creation, and he gives it to us. 6,000 years plus a bonus millennium of rest. So 7,000 years from the beginning of his creation to the end. And then we're off into eternal reign, which is everlasting. Yahuwah does not end. He's from everlasting to everlasting. It's not the end or the beginning of Yahuwah, which is Yahusha. He's everlasting to everlasting. So there's only one thing that it can apply to, and that would be his creation, because we know it's temporal.
Also, what's very good to point out is because it says in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim. Then when you go to in Genesis or Barashit, it says in the beginning Elohim created the Shamayim and the Yerets.
Which is just a common, it's just a common statement. It's a way to get your attention right off the get-go. Okay, so we're going to get into that. Let's not jump out ahead of ourselves here. Is anybody wanting to read this letter from Lou over here on the opposite page? Or you want to just get into chapter 1? Phil, you want to read that?
We can't hear you, Phil.
Can't hear you, Phil. Got your mic off, bro.
Okay, you mean the piece on 868 in the beginning?
No. Here in my book, it's right across from chapter 1. It says Natsarim Writings.
Huh. I don't know. I have the new one out.
Are you looking in the big
Oh,
one?
yeah. I see it. Natsarim Writings. Yeah. You want me to read that page?
Yeah, you want to read that page before we get started?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the Natsarim Writings?
Yes, sir.
I will do it. The Natsarim writings in this version are arranged in an order that better presents Yahusha as the Torah teacher. In fact, the living Torah, the word of life, Torah being the light of the world, the living word of Yahuwah, was previously with his people. Yahuwah is doing a new thing. Now the Ruach of Yahuwah has come to dwell in his people. His mind, his Torah, is alive in us who obey his word. In the beginning, Basurath, is announced a second time. The Natsarim writings reflect the light and announce the coming of the true light. His first followers warn us of a coming falling away from the belief. There is also a hint in Paul's writings of a future standing away or apostia, which refers to the last days. The Natsarim of today are standing away from the false teachers and the strongholds they have imprisoned so many minds within for centuries. His first followers were trained in the Torah observance from their childhood. But in Yahusha, they met the living, breathing Torah, the instructor himself. Torah means instruction, and Torah instructs us how to love Yahuwah and our neighbor. Yahusha's living obedience to the living words is our best guide to follow him and walk as he walked. The traditional mindset repels obedience. So hopefully by this new arrangement of these memoirs, new readers will first be warned against falling away from the true Torah. The first followers were servants, and they want to teach you many things. Traditional teachers want you to discard. Open your heart and listen to their words. They are words of love. Torah is the school, love is the lesson. The teacher or tutor, Torah of the Torah, is our instructor in behavior. It is the word. It is also the truth, the tree of life that leads us in the way we should go. The author of the book of John does not give his name directly, only indirectly, inferred from the phrase, the pupil whom Yahusha loved. He wrote this in his latter years, but in the account he provides us, his identity happens to be the young brother of Miriam and Martha, whom Yahusha raised from the dead. You will see this is as true as you read it carefully to the end of the account. So what is his name? It happens to be Elzar. Elohim helps. Also traditionally called Lazarus today. Several of the Natsarim had 2 or even 3 names. Since the rulers were seeking to kill Elzar, as well as Yahusha, it is possible he began to use one of the other names as an alternate, in order to remain anonymous to their plot. This is only a theory by the editorial staff. The Paleo-Hebrew you will see in the text represents the authentic letters which spell the name Yahusha. This name means Yah is our deliverer. Hear him.
Okie dokie. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, Phil. Who wants to read chapter 1? Let's get started now.
Can I read?
Sure, go ahead.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with Elohim. All came to be through him, and without him, not even one came to be that came to be. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There was a man sent from Elohim, whose name was Yahukanon. This one came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all might believe through him. He was not that light, but that he might bear witness of that light. He was the true light, which enlightens every man coming into the world.
Okay,
He was in
stop.
the world. Okay.
Stop. Okay. So 2 things here we want to look at. The light is Yahusha, obviously. Okay, so the light is life. Darkness is death or non-existence. Okay. So what we like to do here now, let's just take a quick glance and compare verse 1 to 14. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. And then down in 14 it says, and the Word became flesh and pitched his tent among us. Okay. All right. So very quickly, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim, and the Word became flesh and pitched his tent among us. Okay, this is a declaration that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. That there is a unity somehow between our Yahuwah and what the Word is. Okay, so the firstborn of all creation, okay, would be the Word. Okay, so the Word is the firstborn of all creation because it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. So this is speaking of a unity, not a separation in person. So there's not two here.
Yeah, he became a new creation.
Yeah, there's a one in the same. So what's going on here? Then, so to understand this, we need to go to Genesis 1. Go ahead, Joshua.
Oh, I was just going to say it's more confirmation that, Yeshua was the Word, and he came to fulfill the Torah and not abolish it, like he said. And it's just retelling you this. The book tells you this over and over and over again in different ways, in different books too, so it all connects.
Okay, real quickly, let's go to Colossians 1:15 before we go to Genesis. Go to Colossians 1:15. Colossians 1:15 says, who is the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation. Anybody saying that? The firstborn of all creation. Because through him were created all that are in the Shemayim and that are all on the Eretz, visible and invisible, whether thrones, rulerships, principalities, or authorities, all have been created through him and for him. And he is before all, and in him all hold together. So bring that back over here. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with Elohim. He was in the beginning with Elohim, which seems to be a separation here in person, but it cannot be because we have to maintain the oneness of Yahuwah. We can't allow a separation in person. Otherwise, we'd be calling Yahuwah a liar because he said Yahuwah is one. So we have to maintain his oneness. He was in the beginning with Elohim. So there's something other than Elohim that is identified as he, but we have to maintain the oneness of Yahuwah, which means he is Yahuwah. But there's something different here about Yahuwah causing a he. You get that? So it's the firstborn of all creation. So what can this be? Well, it's simple. Yahusha. Yahuwah made a body for himself. He called it the Word. Why? Because he spoke living words out of the mouth of his new created body. And so he referred to his new creation, his new created body, as the Word. It had a mouth, and he spoke living words and created. So the firstborn of all creation was a body for himself, the Word. It was a spiritual body that could do wonderful things. He could manifest it into flesh. He could do whatever he wanted to with this new body of his. Did it restrict him and contain him within one place? Absolutely not. He filled his body, the Word, but he did not give up his omnipotence. He was still everywhere at once all the time, and in his new created body. This new body became flesh and walked among us, with Yahuwah still in it. The only time Yahuwah leaves his body is upon his death, the death of the body or the Lamb of Yahuwah when he hung on the stake. After he raised his body back up and he re-entered it and raised it back up, it went back into being the Word again, back into being his spiritual body, and went up and sat on the throne and received power and esteem as it did before he came down and was incarnated. Okay, so all it came to be through him. He was in the beginning with Elohim, and all came to be through him, because he spoke through him. And without him, not even one came to be that came to be. In him was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. So to fully understand Yahukanon 1 through 5, chapter 1, verse 1 through 5, we will need to go back to in the beginning again and read Genesis chapter 1, verses 1 through 5, and compare it to Yahukanon chapter 1, 1 through 5. So let's do that. Go to Genesis chapter 1, 1 through 5. Okay, so we know that Timothy 6:16 says that Yahuwah is a ruach, a spirit dwelling in unapproachable light. So his body, or the Word, or the firstborn of all creation, or the messenger of Yahuwah, must be then a body of light. He dwells in unapproachable light, so his body must be light. He's indwelling in it. So he has a body of light. Now, am I saying, and there's a lot of people get this mixed up, am I saying that Yahuwah, since Yahusha is Yahuwah incarnated, am I saying that Yahuwah is created? No, I didn't say that at all. But people say that I say that, but anyway, I didn't say that at all. Yahuwah is self-existing one. He was from the beginning. He's from everlasting to everlasting. He's a self-existing. He was there all alone. Yahuwah was. He had nothing. There was nothing else but Yahuwah. The Word wasn't there. Darkness wasn't there. Nothing was there. Only Yahuwah. And then Yahuwah created the light, his body of light. Now let's look at it. Genesis 1, 1 through 5. In the beginning, there's no two beginnings, so this has to be referencing Yahukanon 1 through 5. 1 through 5 has to be referencing Genesis 1 through 5. Has to be. In the beginning, Elohim created Aleph and Tau, the Shemayim, and Aleph and Tau, the Yaretz. Stop. Now, this is the opening statement. This is what brings you in. This is what attracts you and gets your attention so that you'll be interested in reading further. So this is just a common attraction type statement to get your attention. And the Eretz was formless and empty, which means nothing existed. It wasn't there. It didn't exist yet. It's formless and empty. And darkness was on the face of the deep. So darkness means non-existence. The outer darkness is non-existence, because if you're in the outer darkness, you're outside of Yahuwah. And if you're outside of Yahuwah, you do not exist. Nothing exists outside of Yahuwah. Everything has to be in Yahuwah and him in them, or in it, in order for it to exist. Everything that's in the outer darkness is non-existence. There's no reality there. There's nothing. It's like a blind man. Okay. A blind man doesn't see darkness. He sees nothing. If you never knew someone who's blind, ask him. What do you see, man? Do you see black? Do you see darkness? No, I see nothing. It's non-existence. Was on the face of the deep, and the Ruach of Elohim was moving on the surface of the waters. This is a very interesting thing here. And this is why I always ask you, is Yahuwah water? Is he made up of water? And Elohim said, let light come to be. And light came to be. Remember, who was the Word? He was the light, the life of men. He's the light of the world. When light came, life came. So light is life. Okay, so let the light come to be, and light came to be, which was the Word. And light came to be, and Elohim, Aleph, and Tal saw the light, that it was good. That means it existed now. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness, light from dark, or life from death, or existence from non-existence. Okay. And Elohim called the light day, and the dark he called night, and there was evening and there was morning the first day. So, and there was evening and morning the first day is suggesting a 24-hour period. So the firstborn of all creation separated life from death, or existence from non-existence. Okay, or life and death. So separated light from the darkness, which is non-existence. Okay. So here's the firstborn of all creation. He divided good from evil, if you will, after the general statement. And so then, if he spoke the world into existence through this light, or his body, because he's in unapproachable light, that's his body. It's a body of light. He used his mouth to speak the world into existence. See that? So a lot of people just look at this and think sun and the moon and the stars, but we don't get to that until the fourth day, over 19. It says, and there came to be evening, and there came to, 16. And Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, and also the stars. So he didn't make light and darkness. He made two great lights, a greater light and a lesser light, okay, to rule over the darkness, so that you would see that there was something that existed. Go ahead, Joshua.
Nope, you just said it. I was just going to say that it's not talking about emitting light, like the light that is emitted from an object like a lamp or a candle or the sun. It's the spiritual light, you know. I would imagine, right? I mean, it's not a light in how we think of it right now, you know, but a spiritual light, because he didn't, like you said, he didn't invent the sun until the fourth day. So, and the stars and the moon. So that's all. I think in Hebrew that word's called or, A-W-R, or O-W-R, or. I don't know.
Yeah, it makes sense because it says that he was in the beginning, with Elohim, and all came to be through him. So when light, like he said, you know, like Mark said, when light come to be, there also came the life. But because, you know, he actually explained it very well, because darkness literally means non-existence. It's literally just nothing. It means nothing. like he explained. So
So
that
I
was very
wonder.
well explained.
So I wonder if this light is like life force. You know, um, I'm just trying to comprehend it. You know, what kind of light it could be. You know, and
Yeah, light represents life or existence.
right.
Absolutely.
For example, go to 1 John chapter 5 verse 20. I think it's that, because it says that Yahuwah is light, and in him there's no darkness at all.
Yeah. And so if you're thrown into the outer darkness, what does that mean?
That means you are destroyed.
Yeah. You don't
Kind of
exist.
like non-existent. Yeah, you don't exist no more. Yeah.
Non-existence. You're annihilated. It's like you were never born or never existed. You're in the outer darkness. You're outside of Yahuwah. It means you can't survive. Nothing exists outside of Yahuwah.
Actually, it's
Okay, so here, the whole thing is we take this then, what we just talked about in Genesis. Now we got to go back to John again. So go back to John 1 again. And let's read 1 through 5 again with that and see if it makes any more sense. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. So there's no separation in person. He was in the beginning with Elohim, suggesting a separation here. All came to be through him, which is suggesting a separation. And without him, not even one came to be that came to be. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Okay, so how do we read this now and maintain the oneness of Yahuwah? Simply, we apply it to he created a body for himself of light, and he indwells that body. Again, did he look at us? We have our body, we have our ruach in us, right? Those are the two components that make up a human, right? We're still the same, one and the same. We're not separated. We're set apart and sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh for the day of redemption, but we're going to get another body, an immortal body, to replace this body. That's why we're still in this body. Have you noticed we're in this body? If not, pinch yourself and you'll realize you're still in this fleshly body. And it's you. But spiritually, you're sealed for the day of redemption with the Ruach HaKodesh, waiting on your new body. Okay, so we're one in the same, and so is Yahuwah here. He's one in the same, even though he's got a body and he's indwelling that body, it's still Yahuwah. It's his body. It's still him. He's still one. And he never gives up his omnipotence. He's still everywhere at the same time, always.
one confirmation is also in 1 John. For example, it says, "For it was from the beginning what we have heard, we have seen it with our eyes, what we have looked upon, and our hands have handled concerning the word of life. And the life was manifested, and we have seen and bear witness and announce to you that everlasting life, which was with the Father and was manifested to us." And then we go to verse 5, "And this is the message which we have heard from him and announce to you, that Yahuwah is light, and in him there is no darkness at all." Or, for example, chapter 5, verse 20, "And we know that the Son of Yahuwah has come and has given us an understanding, so that we might know the true one, and we are in the true one, in his Son, Yahushua Mashiach. This is the true Yahuwah and everlasting life." So there's also a confirmation there too.
Yeah, look back over to Genesis chapter 1:4. It says, "And Elohim, Aleph and Taw, saw the light, that it was good." And so the light is good. So Yahusha is the good shepherd, right? So we know that the light is good. Yahuwah even called the light good. But then the darkness, and he says, in the dark, he called night. And and called the daylight, and the dark he called night. Okay, so it's the darkness is not life, it's death. Okay, and he separated the light from the darkness, life from death. You see what I'm saying? So here we go back to what I was saying before. Maybe some of you have heard me say this or not, but when Yahuwah decided to create something, anything outside of himself, instead of himself, something other than himself, and he went to create something other that was apart from himself, an opposition came with it. So when he created light, darkness came. Evil, good, hard, soft. See what I'm saying? Everything has an opposition to it. The opposition needs to be eliminated, but it's just part of creation. And so now Yahuwah is working a plan to eliminate the opposition, because he doesn't want to take that into the eternal reign with him and us. He just wants all it to be light and good there.
Yeah, for example, happiness is good and sadness is bad.
Yeah, everything has an opposite, everything.
And we also see in Revelation where he said that there will be no more crying and no more pain, which is obviously darkness and bad.
Yeah, they call that dark energy, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Did you know that energy can't be created and it can't be destroyed? Energy is just energy, man. But the energy has an opposition. Everything has an opposition, and it must be destroyed by Yahuwah.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound like darkness was created, but darkness was just the result of there being no light.
It was a result of creating the light.
Well, you're right, because you can turn on a light switch and turn on the light bulb and the light shines, but you can't turn on a switch to create darkness and overcome that light.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Right. So that all opposition must be destroyed. If y'all are picking up what I'm laying down on that. Okay. Firstborn of all creation, the word, the messenger of Yahuwah, is Yahusha. It's Yahuwah's body, whether it be in a body of light, unapproachable light, or whether it be a body of flesh. It's his body. When his body died, he didn't discard it. He just raised it back up and went back into being the body of unapproachable light.
Yeah, we can also see in the scriptures of John where it says that I will raise it up in 3 days, which was talking about his body.
Yeah.
It's literally in the scriptures too.
To further understand that, boy, everything's moving so slow today. There's something really weird going on here. Is that happening to y'all too, or?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, it's happening to me. It's kind
You know,
of.
it's also amazing in John chapter 1 verse 12. To those who believing in his name, which is Yahuwah's name, right? The second name, Yahusha. As many received him, to them he gave the authority to become the children of Elohim. To those believing in his name, which is Yah, is our deliverer or saviors.
Okay, so to further understand what I'm laying down here, let everybody go to Matthew 17. Matthew 17, So Matthew 17, starting in verse 1, says this. And after 6 days, Yahusha took Kepha and Yakub and Yahukanon, who are the sons of thunder. These three were his inside circle, okay, the insiders. and Yahukanon his brother, and brought them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he was transformed before them, and his face shone like the sun, and his garments became as white as the light. And see, Moses and Eliyahu appeared to them, talking with them. So here, these three get a glimpse of his body of light. He shone like the sun. Do you think they were standing there staring at his face?
That's amazing.
They probably turned away pretty quickly. So here we're seeing his body of light. You see it?
That's an amazing. I think that's an amazing verse right there. I mean, just the whole picture of that taking place. You don't see it depicted too often in movies or anything like that, you know.
All right. Yeah, so that goes along. It gives us a visual of what we're talking about. We can kind of visualize it now. Not only is his face is shining like the sun, his clothes are white as the light that sun is putting off. Can you imagine the brightness of that being up close and personable like that? He must have shielded them through a dimension or something in order for them not to die.
Absolutely.
They must have been seeing through a portal into a different dimension or something in order for them not to die, because that was up close and personal. They should have, by all rights, dropped dead when they saw his light. No one can look on to see Yahuwah's face without dying. That's what he told Moses. He said, "You can see my backside because no one sees my face and lives."
We can also see in I think somewhere Genesis, where I think was wasn't it? Wait, what was his name? I don't know, but he said that I saw Elohim face to face when he was like manifested as a man, like wrestling with him.
Yeah, but he was flesh.
Yeah, he was flesh. Yeah, exactly. He manifested as flesh. Yes.
So he said, I saw Elohim face to face and lived.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah, that was when he named him Yisrael.
Yeah. And so why? Because
Okay.
he was in his fleshly, he appeared in the flesh.
Mm-hmm.
He was wrestling with Yahusha.
Exactly.
The son.
Yeah.
So the son of Elohim, Yahusha, always refers to the incarnation. Always. The word, the firstborn of all creation, the word, the messenger of Yahuwah, always refers to his body of light. But his body of light could be transformed at will into whatever he wanted it to be. Either a human body, a column of smoke, a column of fire, a smoking stove, whatever he wanted it to be.
Burning bush.
A burning bush.
An angel.
An angel.
You know, the messenger, yeah.
Anything he wanted it to be.
Because otherwise he wouldn't be the Almighty, right?
Right.
If he has limitations.
That's right. He has no limitations. We cannot restrict him.
But people do limit him, though.
People try to. They really do. They try their hardest to control him, restrict him, contain him, define him. They try their hardest, but nobody can do that.
You know, I think their mind just can't comprehend it, what he can do.
Exactly. They can't comprehend it nor accept it, so they dwell in the only thing they know, and that's this carbon copied world. They try to restrict him in this carbon copied world like we're restricted. We are restricted, but he's not.
I think it's pretty normal to put your own limitations on somebody else, and I think you just do it subliminally. Sometimes I do it for Yahuwah. I'm restricting because my fleshly mind can't accept it sometimes.
And that's exactly why he did what he did, because he wanted to do it on our level so that we could understand him. And that's why he did what he did. He didn't have to do what he did, but he did it on our level so that we could understand him.
You know, also, I think Yahukanon 1 also has the connection with Philippians 2 because he took a form of a servant.
Yeah, he took a form of a servant.
To be in the likeness of men, yeah.
All right. Okay. Any more questions on Yahukanon 1 through 5 here, chapter 1, 1 through 5?
Yeah, it's clear. Definitely clear. So we can also be able to, for example, tell the Christians who don't really know too. But, you know, of course, I don't know how they would react to that. But, you know.
Well, they try to
sense.
say it was the sun and the moon, but it's obviously is not, because he didn't create that until the fourth day, which implies that men lived in darkness for the first 4 days until Yahusha arrived, right? And the light came, and now man could get life. We could live again and have eternal life. We could go back. We could be what we were supposed to be, and that's his eternal servants before the fall. Okay, so before Yahusha came on the fourth day, see, the sun represents Yahusha. The greater light and the lesser light represents Yahukanon, the immerser. The Yahukanon, the immerser, did not have, I'm getting a little ahead here now, but he was not the light, but he was a witness to the light, the same as our moon. Our moon doesn't produce its own light. Our moon, the light of our moon is the reflection of the surface of the moon by the sun. That's why when the moon is in back of, when the sun is in back of the moon, the face of the moon has no light reflecting on it. So we see it as the new moon or a total dark disk hanging in the Shemayim. We don't see any light on the face of that moon because the sun's in a straight line, earth, moon, and the sun behind it. That's why there's no sun. So Yahukanon is the lesser light, doesn't have his own light source. He's not the potential. He's just the witness of the light when it reflects on him, same as us. We're going to get into that now. I jumped ahead just a little bit.
Yeah, he also says that he's he's greater than him because something like that he became before him or something, before all or something like that.
Right. Yeah, we'll get into that too. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue reading there then. Wait a minute. Before you do that, I forgot this part. So 6, it says, there was a man sent from Elohim whose name was Yahukanon. The one came for a witness to bear witness of the light. See, he was a witness of that light, that all might believe through him. He was not that light, but that he might bear witness of that light. He was the true light which enlightens every man coming into the world, speaking of Yahusha. So he gave life to everything. Okay, so that's what I was just talking about. Okay, I think you left off right there, didn't you, Taz, at 10?
Yeah, he was in the world, and the world came to be through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own, and his own did not receive him. But as many received him, to them he gave the authority to become the children of Elohim, to those believing in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the desire of flesh, nor of the desire of man, but of Elohim.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so what does that mean? Believing in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of desire of the flesh, nor of desire of man, but of Elohim. What's that mean?
Being reborn into the word and, being born of the Ruach, having the Ruach inside of you.
Right. Born from above.
Yes.
Okay, so so therefore then, as many as received him, to him he gave the authority to become children of Elohim, for those believing in his name who were born. Okay, so does that mean that we can say that we're children of Elohim? Can we say that we're the sons of Elohim? Can we say that we're the children of light?
Yeah.
As long as we try our best and try to walk in that light, then I think we can, absolutely can, you know.
So if we've been entered into the everlasting covenant, we can claim these titles.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I think those outside of the covenant are kind of like a children of darkness.
Why?
Because you know they don't have the fruit. They don't have this fruit of this rock, for example.
Well, they're in the
They're none
absence
of
of light.
Yeah.
They're what?
They're
Absence of-
they're in the absence of light. So
So what does that mean?
They're kind of lawless. Workers of lawlessness.
Does that mean they're the walking dead, even though
Yes.
they're dead?
Yeah, because you know, because we see in Romans chapter 8, verse 9, for example, like if they do not have the spirit of Yahusha, which is Mashiach, they are none of his. They are none of his if they don't have his Ruach. So yeah, basically without him, you know, without Yahusha as the helper, then obviously they cannot obey or be subject to the Torah, as it says, like for those like because the flesh is the enmity of Yahuwah and cannot be subject to the Torah, nor indeed is it able. So basically, yeah,
if
walking
they're
dead.
as Rick, yeah, they're the walking dead. So as Rick's saying here, now this is so slow. I can't believe what's going on here today. But maybe there's so many people on here. You know what I'm saying? Being a long week. This is weird that this is going this slow.
The internet got beat up because of Black Fufu Day.
Yeah. All right. So I'll just have to. So Rick says no light in them. So no light in them means there's no life in them. Remember, the light. So if they have no light in them, then there's no life in them. So to Yahuwah, they're dead. As far as
Yeah,
he's
they
concerned.
are.
See that?
yeah, and when you don't pursue Torah and you don't try to learn Torah and follow the commands and the teachings put in place in the Torah, and you don't follow Yahushua, you know, that's what's going to happen. You're going to be led by temptation, by your own will, you know, instead of the will of.
You know, I think the what's a really good book. It's I think Yahusha, okay, Joshua, chapter 22, verse 5. There it says actually how to love Yahuwah, because it says that to follow the Torah and keep his commandments.
Okay, Draz, let's continue on now.
I was just going to say one more thing real quick, and that is, you know, like I'm kind of newish in my walk. I'm only a few years into this, but it's starting to open up for me a lot, you know.
Me too. Yeah.
Especially because I study every day now. It's daily. And I noticed that when I don't, the difference in me keeping my face actually in the book or on the screen from a guy who I'm learning from, or if I'm not and somehow involved with the word, I notice like my natural inclination is to go against it, you know, and it always brings me back whenever I'm studying, reading, learning. So, you know, if you're not doing those things, you're going to have a really hard time. But if you're continuously doing what you're supposed to be doing every day and getting, you know, pursuing Torah, then the easier the walk becomes and the more that it opens up for you, you know. But anyhow, go ahead.
Okay, anyways. Okay. And the word became flesh and pitched his tent among us. And we saw his esteem as of an only begotten of the Father, complete in favor and truth.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so and we saw his esteem, which would be Yahusha, his body, right? The word. That's his esteem. His esteem as an only begotten of the Father. You see that? So this is absolutely pointing to Yahusha, right? Is being the esteem of Yahuwah. Everybody seeing that? Okay, so let's look at Exodus 33:18. Go to Exodus 33:18. Okay, so it says, starting at verse 16, it says 33:16, for how then shall it be known that I have found favor in your eyes? This is Moshe talking to Yahuwah. I and your people, except you go with us. Then we shall be distinguished, I and your people, from all the people who are upon the face of the earth. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, even this word you have spoken, I shall do. For you have found favor in my eyes, and I know you by name. Then he said, please show me your esteem, which we know is the firstborn of all creation, or Yahuwah's body of light. And he said, I shall cause all my goodness to pass before you, and I shall proclaim the name of Yahuwah before you. And I shall favor him who I favor, and shall have compassion on him who I have compassion. But he said, you are unable to see my face, for no man does see me and live. And Yahuwah said, see, there is a place with me, and you shall stand on the rock. And it shall be, while my esteem, which is the firstborn of all creation, his body, passes by, that I shall put you in the cliff of the rock and cover you with my hand while I pass by. Then I shall take away my hand, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. So he's definitely in a body here, folks. Firstborn of all creation, the word is a body. It has a mouth. When he walks past, he's going to proclaim the name of Yahuwah so that the Moshe knows it is him. He's going to walk by, put his hand, he's got a hand, he's got a body. And he walk by and he's going to say with his mouth, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, to Moshe. So he knows it's Yahuwah walking by. Then he's going to remove his hand. He's walking by. It means he has feet and legs if he's walking. He's got a mouth. He's got a hand. And as he walks past, he's going to remove his hand and take away his hand. And then you can see his back. He's got a back. He's got a body. But my face, if he has a face, he's got a mouth and a face. He's in a body, man, and shall not be seen. So esteem here is his body, his firstborn of all creation, is highly valued and highly respected. And so his esteem, his esteem's name, if you will, or the name of his body then would be the firstborn of all creation, the messenger of Yahuwah, the word, or Yahusha. That's what he calls it, and the son of Elohim, and the lamb of Yahuwah. As he transforms it into flesh, he calls it by a different name, different title, if you will. Okay. So these are like nicknames, you would say, or titles or nicknames. He only had one name, which is Yahuwah, right? Yahusha. So you see, the point I'm trying to make here is this is his esteem, is his body. He's showing him his esteem. Show me your esteem. And so he shows him what? His body of light. He's got to be in his body of light because he's telling him, you can't look at my face or you're going to die. So he has to be in the same exact body as appeared at the Mount of Transfiguration. And that's why I say somehow he had to block the radiance of his power or Kepha and James and John would have all died at the transfiguration. So they must have been seen through a peephole into a different dimension or something. He had somehow had protected them from dying. Everybody seeing the connection?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go to John 17:5 then.
Yes.
So John 17:5 says, we'll start up here at 4. I have esteemed you on the arets, having accomplished the work you have given me that I should do. And now esteem me with yourself, Father, with the esteem which I had with you before the world was. Proving
Moshe
that
actually saw Yahusha, which is Yahuwah,
Yeah.
obviously.
Right. So this proving that he was pre-incarnation, he pre-existed the carnation. This proving that he pre-existed creation. This proving that he's the firstborn of all creation, or the body of light of Yahuwah. And everything was created through his body. So once Yahuwah went into his body, he created everything, the world and everything in it, as he was indwelling his body of light. Everybody seeing the connection? Anybody not seeing the connection? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I wasn't raising my hand, but I
Oh,
am just blown. No, I'm blown away by this verse. With the esteem which I had with you before the world was. How can anybody read that and not realize he existed before?
Exactly.
Well, they ignore it. You show it to them, and the first thing they do is start flipping pages, starting to try to cherry pick to make it, to try to prove their point, their agenda, their doctrine.
It also proves the oneness of Yahuwah also.
Yeah, the one Trinitarians don't want to even talk about that verse. You show them that, they're out of there quickly. Mm-hmm. They're just in denial. That's what it is. They don't want to accept truth. Anybody got any more comments or questions? So we know here then when it says, and we saw his esteem as an only begotten of the Father, complete in favor and truth. We understand what's going on here now, right? Saw his esteem as meaning you saw his body. He esteems his body. That's why he has no problem sharing his esteem with Yahusha, because Yahusha is him. That's why he doesn't have any problem doing that. Boy, this internet is moving so slow today. My mind blown. I don't know what to think about that. Anybody have any questions? I know this is in a way is a different than what a lot of you are used to hearing. But once we examine this and do the research, I don't see how we can doubt it, how we can not acknowledge the truth here. Look at Isaiah. Go to Isaiah 42. Isaiah 42:8 says, I am Yahuwah, that is my name, and my esteem I do not give to another, nor my praise to idols. You see that? So how is it then that Yahuwah gives esteem to the Son, to Yahusha? Because it's his body. That's
Oneness.
Yeah, it's the body of Yahuwah.
I think also there's I think the place in Zechariah chapter 2, because Yahuwah said, for example, in 11 it says, "And many nations shall be joined to Yahuwah in that day, and they shall become my people." And then he says, "And I shall dwell in your midst, and you shall know that Yahuwah Tsabaoth has sent me to you." So he also said that he shall dwell, with us, or among us, actually. For look, I'm waving my hand against them, and they shall be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it says that sing, rejoice, daughter of Zion, for look, I am coming and shall dwell in your midst, declares Yahuwah. So there's also one clue that he became flesh, or manifested in or reincarnated in the flesh. Yeah. I don't know. I just randomly kind of like opened it and it just brought me there.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, I see your point.
Yeah.
Anybody else got any comments or questions or anything? Okay, Draz, let's move.
Okay, yeah. Verse 15. Yahukanon bore witness of him and cried out, saying, "This was he of whom I said, He who comes after me has become before me, because he was before me. And out of his completeness we all did receive in favor upon favor. For the Torah was given through Musha, the favor and the truth came through Yahusha Mashiach."
Okay, stop. Okay, so what does that mean when he says, for the Torah was given through Moshe, the favor and the truth came through Yahusha Mashiach? What does that mean?
It's like he got the words, the Torah, the words were given through Moses, but the actual living embodiment of those words to teach the world was through Yahusha.
Yeah, the favor and truth. Yeah.
So it's like he put it into practice. There was the Torah, the written word, the oral and written word, and then there was the favor and the truth, which is the living embodiment of it through Yahusha, as an example to the rest of the world.
Yeah, it's the living, breathing Torah. Yeah.
You're real close. You're real close, Josh. Can anybody say it in a different way? Go ahead, Phil.
I'm just thinking that the favor of Yahuwah is the knowledge of the truth, or the 10 Commandments. That's the favor he bestows on who he chooses to bestow it on through his name, for the revealing of his name. Yahusha reveals the name of the Father and his will to whom he chooses. And the favor is the 10 Commandments, because once you do those, he grants you favor. Everything's easy. It's like somebody said earlier. I mean, it's everything, and things that don't always go your way. There's a reason why, and you accept that, and you just move on. You don't.
Yeah, there's also in Galatians where it says that there's one word completed in the Torah, which is to love your neighbor as yourself, which is, of course, the 10 Commandments, how to love Yahuwah and your neighbor. Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. Anybody else? Okay. So this is what we usually hear, but it's really incorrect. Okay. And so it's part of a false doctrine. That's how they base their false doctrine. It's not all on this, but here's what I'm talking about. So when it says here, and out of his completeness, we all did receive his completeness, the complete work of the Ruach. Okay. Perfect and complete work of the Ruach. We all did receive in favor upon favor. Okay. For the Torah was given through Moshe. That's the ordinance of animal blood sacrifices. which was put outside the ark. Lou White can give us the scripture on that, where the ordinances of the old priesthood was set outside of the ark. Okay. So for the Torah, the instructions was given through Moshe for animal sacrifice, the blood of animals. The favor and the truth came through Yahushua HaMashiach, which was Yahusha's blood that took away the sins of the world, a permanent sacrifice. So this is the difference between animal blood.
That's what I meant. I couldn't.
And I knew what you meant. And I was just hoping you would say the proper words. But and I'm going to show you here the proof of what we just said. Go to Acts 13:39. Acts 13:39. We'll start at 37. We're concentrating on 39. But he whom Elohim raised up saw no corruption. Let it therefore be known to you, brothers, that through this one forgiveness of sins is proclaimed to you. And by him everyone who believes is declared right from all sins from which you were not able to be declared right by the Torah of Moshe, which is animal blood sacrifices.
Yeah, also about
Everybody
that.
see the connection there? I mean, you can go up to 36 and read down to 39. You should connect it. Go ahead, Phyllis. Are you raising your hand this time?
I think Lou found the.
Oh, yeah.
scripture.
Okay, cool. Okay, so let's look at this one more time. Then we're going to go to this reference Lou put up here. So back to Acts 13:36. For Daud, indeed, or King David, indeed, having served his own generation by the counsel of Elohim, fell asleep, was buried with his fathers, and saw corruption. But he whom Elohim raised up saw no corruption. Speaking of Yahusha, let it therefore be known to you, brothers, that through this one forgiveness of sins is proclaimed to you. And by him everyone who believes is declared right from all sins from which you were not able to be declared right by the Torah of Moshe. So then we go back over here to John 1:16. It says, and out of his completeness we all did receive, in favor upon favor. For the Torah was given through Moshe. See that? The favor and the truth came through Yahushua HaMashiach. So this is animal blood versus Yahusha's blood, basically.
Right
Okay.
on. Thanks for explaining that so clearly. Well, Scripture did, but that's exactly what I was trying to say, but I couldn't.
Okay, so let's understand that this animal blood or the old priesthood was put outside the ark in the Holy of Holies. Okay, Lou's
Yeah, we
got
should
the
start at verse
reference
24.
here. Huh?
We should actually start at verse 24 in Deuteronomy 31.
Yeah,
Some
I
more
can't put this up on the screen because it's moving so slow. But you can look over to the chat room at the bottom comment where Lou's got a comment, and he's saying compare Deuteronomy 31:26 with Hebrews 8:13. The old covenant was animal blood and the old priesthood. So let's do that. Go to Deuteronomy 31.
We should also start with 24, I think.
24 what?
I mean, like Deuteronomy 31, verse 24.
Oh, okay. All right, go to chapter 31 in Deuteronomy, y'all. Everybody out there listening, if you got BYNV, go to, follow along with us. Or if you have your favorite translation there with you and you don't have the BYNV, just go there. It'll be similar.
I'm being lazy. Look, what's the page number?
230 in the old book. This one here. Not the large print book, but the other one. It's 230. So, Deuteronomy 31 and Draz says start at 24 through 26. So
Yeah, it gives more context. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got that marked too. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Actually, I got 24 through 27 marked here.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
so here we go. And it came to be when Moshe had completed writing the words of this Torah in a book until their completion, that Moshe commanded the Levites, or the Luim, who bore the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah, saying, take this book of the Torah, and you shall place it beside the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah your Elohim. And it shall be there as a witness against you. As I ain't going to do you no favors, it's a witness against you. The Torah is a witness against you. For I myself know your rebellion and your stiff neck. See, while I am still alive with you today, you have been rebellious against Yahuwah. Then how much more after my death? So there you go. So this was placed beside the Ark of the Covenant, not in it. Okay, it's not permanent. Okay, so now let's take that and compare it to Hebrews 8:13. So everybody go to Hebrews 8:13. Keeping in mind what we just read. That's page 1179. 1179. So 8:13 says, by saying renewed, he has made the first old. Now what becomes old in growing age is near disappearing. Okay. So is animal sacrificing still going on? It is. In some sects, it is. Okay. And the Hebrew wants to start it all over right up there with a brand new temple in Jerusalem. Okay. So it's not totally gone, but
No,
it's
let's start back up.
trying to start back up.
Total, isn't that total denial of this? It's just, I mean, that's really going to upset him, right?
Say that again, Phil?
That's really going to upset him more than anything. This denial.
Yeah. I kind of hold my tongue on this sometimes, but really what's really going on here is this third physical temple that's going to be built on the Temple Mount. Everybody sees that as Yahuwah's temple. It's not. It's the devil's temple. It's the temple of Hashatan. That third temple is going to be the temple of Hashatan, not Yahuwah. Okay? And the reason I'm saying that is because the anti-Mashiach is going to go into that temple, sit down on the throne of Yahuwah and proclaim to be Yahuwah, and he'll be worshipped as Yahuwah. It's his temple, that third temple. Okay? I usually don't tell people that, but I'm letting it out now because people are kind of confused on that. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, I was right. Well, I'm in agreement with you on that, and I just watched a video on that too. And the guy was saying that they'll probably resume the sacrificial system, but it's going to be an abomination to what Yahuwah's sacrificial system was. And it's almost a repetition of what happened earlier with the king. I forget his name now. What's his name? Where he slaughtered the pigs. He was sacrificing the pigs and having them eat the meat and everything else and making a pure abomination of the sacrificial system. And it's like going to be a repetition of that, and it kind of goes back to what this chapter was saying, how in the beginning was the word. And, it's like everything repeats itself over and over and over again. But anyhow.
Goes right with that thing, then there's nothing new under the sun. Just repeats itself again. We can't get it,
And as Lou says, that to start offering the blood of animals is an insult to Yahusha.
Yeah, it's an insult for sure. It's Look, the devil likes to mimic Yahuwah. He wants to do everything Yahuwah does. He wants to be worshipped like Yahuwah. Okay. And so, yeah, it's an abomination. It's an insult. It's going to be the temple of the anti-Mashiach of the devil. Okay, that's what it's really going to be. People say the third temple, Yahuwah's third temple, but they're not really realizing that. Yeah, it may be a duplication of that, or a religious imitation of that, but it's really going to be the third temple. It's really going to be the temple of the anti-Mashiach. Okay.
You know, this guy was also saying that they could also pull out the Ark of the Covenant as well and use that for nefarious purposes. You know, it's who knows, but you know, I guess we'll have to see when we get there. But I think there's going to be mass deception, you know, and you just got to be prepared for it.
Yeah,
I think without the covering of his name, you're toast, man. I just don't think that's your covering, you know. And it's anything with the J is not good.
Hey, Mark, I also have a question about. Sorry if I'm kind of changing the subject, but I mean it's not actually. But anyways, because it says in the beginning was the Word and was with Elohim. The Word was Elohim. So when you go, for example, Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11, where it says, "And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of man," does that mean that it was, you know, Yahuwah's body talking to the prophet? Because it says the word of Yahuwah came to me. Because
Yeah.
as we can see in John 1, in the beginning was the word.
Yeah, it could very well be. You know, it could just be the message of Yahuwah came to him. You know, I'm saying the message of Yahuwah or the voice of Yahuwah. But it could be, Draz. I mean, that's obviously it could be.
Yeah, it kind of makes
Word of
sense.
Yahuwah, it said Son of Man would be, you know, the Son of Man is definitely Ezekiel. But the word of Yahuwah came to me, that could be his body. His body came to him and he spoke to him in his body, with his mouth.
Yeah,
You know?
he could have seen him like kind of like kind of a face to face, but just like as flesh.
He could. He can transform the flesh. We know he can because when he went and visited Abraham and Sarah, he sat down and ate and drank with him under the tree.
Yeah.
Okay, he was in the flesh at that particular time. Don't forget, in his esteemed body of light, it's unapproachable. Okay, so Abraham and Sarah would have died if they saw him in that body. So he transformed himself into flesh and ate and drank with them. Why would a spirit or a body of light have to eat and drink human food, carbon food? They wouldn't have. So he was obviously in the flesh. He was in the flesh when he wrestled with Jacob.
Yeah, isn't there like
way before the incarnation, he could transform himself into a man, into flesh, if he wanted to. Who can do anything?
Yeah, wasn't there like a chapter somewhere in Genesis or Exodus? I'm not quite sure, where it says that there was two men and Elohim or something. I don't know. It says something like that. There was two men and one was Elohim.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this tells us that the Malachim has the ability to appear as a man also in a fleshly body. And we know they can, because it says be careful what you're doing, because you may be entertaining a messenger and you don't know it. So yes,
and that messenger can actually tell Yahuwah what that person did, because they're the messengers of him. So they kind of let him know everything.
Yeah, and I was just reading that yesterday, where after Yahusha, the third time he appeared to his Talmudim, they were out fishing, and he said, lower down, have you caught anything? And they said, no. And he said, throw your net on the right-hand side of the boat, and they did, and they caught a bunch of 153 huge fish. And so they realize it's the master. So they come into shore, and he tells them to give him some fish that they just caught. And he's sitting there cooking fish on coals, right? Getting ready to eat fish. Well, guess what? He's in the flesh, even after his ascension. So that proves before the incarnation and even after his resurrection, his ascension, that he could come back in fleshly body at will. So his body of light, the word, is marvelous. It can do so much, anything he wants it to do. It can be flesh, it can be spirit, it can be light, it can be whatever he wants it to be.
Also, Lou has the article where it says Mr. Impossible, because Yahuwah can do all things.
And Joshua, Lou put up there who that guy was that was making them eat pig meat and stuff. You see it down there in the chat room? Anikos Epiphanes.
Yeah, I don't see it because I'm on the Zoom. I'm on full screen Zoom, so I don't see anything in the chat.
Antiochos.
Yeah, he was Greek Hellenist. I think,
I can't remember how you say that name. Something like that.
Antiochus. Antichus. No, I can't say it.
Antiochus. Yeah. Antiochus.
Yeah, he was Greek Hellenist.
Yeah. Okay. It's funny his name starts with anti, huh? He's a type or foreshadow of the anti-Mashiach. That amazing his name starts with anti.
Is Solomon also a type or symbol of the anti-Mashiach?
Solomon?
Solomon, King Solomon, because of what he did at the end, I mean, and his Solomon, I mean, his sun and moon in one name. I mean, I'm just trying to. Didn't he call on demons? I mean, he worked with demons or whatever.
He bowed down to idols. He was into paganism and stuff because of his wives. And women were his downfall. They led him astray. But it sounds like to me Solomon came back and repented at the end. Yeah, I don't think he was a type of anti at all. I think he was just he was led astray, but I think he came back. So basically, read Ecclesiastes there at the end, the last few chapters, especially the last one. It seems like he repented and came back to me. That's probably a matter of opinion.
Yeah,
but I think Solomon will be in the reign.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that far in my studies yet, so I'm still working on the Torah and getting as much as I can with that, and so I'm still in the dark about a lot of different of the other books. So,
yeah. Okay, you guys, let's focus back on here then. Anybody got any questions before we continue on? Any last comments or anything? Okay, let's go ahead and continue on with it, Dres.
Okay. Verse 18. No one has ever seen Elohim, the only begotten Son who is in the bosom of the Father, he did declare. Now this was the witness of Yahukanon when the Yahudim sent from Jerusalem priests and Luim to ask him, "Who are you?" And he confessed and did not deny, but confessed, "I am not the Mashiach." And they asked him, "What then? Are you Eliyahu?" So he said, "I am not." "Are you the prophet?" And he answered, "No." Therefore they said to him, "Who are you? So that we give an answer to those who send us. What do you say about yourself?" He said, "I am a voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of Yahuwah, as the prophet Yeshayahu said." And those sent were of the Prushim, and they asked him, saying, "Why then do you immerse if you are not the Mashiach, nor Eliyahu, nor the prophet?" Yahukanon answered them, saying, "I immerse in water, but in your midst stands stands one whom you do not know. The one coming after me, who has become before me, whose sandal strap I am not worthy to loosen. This took place in Beit Anna, beyond the Yarden, where Yahukanon was immersing. On the next Yom, Yahukanon saw Yahusha coming toward him, and said, "See the Lamb of Elohim, who takes away the sins of the world. This is he whom I said, After me comes a man who has become before me, for he was before me. And I did not know him, but that he might be revealed to Yisrael. Therefore I came immersing in water." And Yahukanon bore witness, saying, "I have seen the Ruach coming down from heaven like a dove, and remain on him. And I did not know him, but he sent me to immerse in water, said to me, Upon whom you see the Ruach coming down and remaining in him, this is he who immerses in the Ruach HaKodesh. And I have seen and have witnessed that this is the Son of Elohim."
Okay, hold on. Okay, so that was just a testimony of Yahukanon, who he was, and we know he's the lesser light. Okay, Yahukanon, the immerser, now just denied that he was the Mashiach or a prophet or he was Elijah. Let's get a look over here real quick, because I think this is sort of important, to Matthew 17:10. Go to Matthew 17:10. And it says, Matthew 17:10 on page 1053, 10 through 12 says, "And his Talmudim asked him, saying, Why then do the scribes say that Eliyahu or Elijah has to come first? And Yahusha answering said to them, Eliyahu or Elijah is indeed coming first and shall restore all matters. But I say to you that Eliyahu has already come, and they did not recognize him, but did to him whatever they wished. In this way, the son of Adam is also about to suffer by them." Then the Talmudim understood that he had spoken to them about Yahukanon the immerser. Now look at Mark. Go to Mark 9. Mark 9:13, I believe, says,
What, Mark 9, right?
yeah, 13. Mark 9:13. "But I say to you that even Eliyahu, Elijah, has come, and they did to him whatever they wished, as it has been written of him. And coming to the Talmudim, he saw a large throng around them, and scribes disputing with them." And so here is Yahusha saying somehow that Yahukanon the immerser is Elijah. We got any thoughts on this?
I was kind of wondering, what was the reason that he denied of being the Elijah?
Yeah, he denied it, but Yahusha saying he is.
I'm kind of wondering what was the reason for him to deny. I think because they were sent to him, so I think that was the reason. Maybe they maybe they would kill him, maybe, or.
Well, there seems to be something going on here, because Yahukanon's denying it, and we can't really. I mean, Yahusha is saying that he is, but he says he ain't. So what's going on here?
Actually, I think the answer can be found in I think Isaiah chapter 40 verse 3 and Malachi 1, because Elijah is his messenger, right? So I think that's giving the answer. I think as Isaiah chapter 40 verse 3 and Malachi 3 chapter 1.
We'll read that.
Okay, so Isaiah chapter 40 verse 3. Okay, the voice of one crying in the desert, prepare the way of Yahuwah, make straight in the desert a highway for our Elohim. No, wait, let me actually, I think like verse 2, speak to the heart of Jerusalem and cry out to her that her hard service is completed, that her crookedness is pardoned, that she has received from the hand of Yahuwah double all her sins. There was one crying in the desert to prepare the way of Yahuwah, make straight in the desert a highway for our Elohim. Let every valley be raised and every mountain and hill made low, and the steep ground shall become level unto the rough places smooth. And the esteem of Yahuwah shall be revealed, and all flesh together shall see it, for the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken. Now, as we can see, the esteem of Yahuwah is his body, Yahusha. And also, Malachi chapter 3, verse 1. See, I'm sending my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. Then suddenly the master you are seeking comes to his hekal, even the messenger of the covenant in whom you delight. See, he's coming, said Yahuwah Tsabaoth. Isn't that referring to I'm sending my messenger like to Elijah, who shall prepare the way before him?
Yeah, I don't know, but Matthew chapter 11 says a whole lot about this. But I think there, Draz, where you're talking about in Malachi 1 there, that there's a reference in Matthew 11 that goes to Malachi 4, referencing Elijah, Malachi 4. But can we go to Matthew 11 and somebody read Matthew 11?
I'll read it. What verse?
Um, 1 through 15. 1 through 15.
And it came to be when Yahusha ended instructing his 12 Talmudim that he set out from there to teach and to proclaim in their cities. And when Yahukanon had heard in the prison of the works of Mashiach, he sent 2 of his Talmudim and said to him, are you the coming one, or do we look for another? And Yahusha answering said to them, go report to Yahukanon what you hear and see. Blind receive sight, and lame walk, lepers are cleansed, and deaf hear. Dead are raised up, and poor are brought the Besorah. And blessed is he who does not stumble in me. And as these were going, Yahusha began to say to the crowd, I'm sorry, my cat's doing acrobats. I'm sorry. Where was I? And as these were going, Yahusha began to say to the crowds concerning Yahukanon, what did you go out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken by the wind? But what did you go out to see? A man dressed in soft robes? Look, those wearing soft robes are in the houses of sovereigns. But what did you go out to see? A prophet? Yes, I say to you, and more than a prophet. For this is he of whom it was written, see, I send my messenger before your face, Who shall prepare your way before you? See Malachi 4. Truly, I say to you, among those born of women, there has not risen one greater than Yahukanon, the immerser. Yet the least one of the reign of the Shamaim is greater than he. Could it be that the John didn't know that he was Elijah? Is that possible?
What do y'all think? Was Yahukanon the immerser Elijah? Did Elijah die, or was Elijah taken away? Eliyahu never died. Did he?
Well, it says that for all the prophets in the Torah prophesied to the Yahukanon, and if you wish to accept it, he is Eliyahu who is about to come. He who has ears, let him hear.
And what do you think that means? We can't really, can we say that he was reincarnated? As a lot of people who believes in reincarnation go here and they point to this to try to prove their ideology of reincarnation. Can you say that? So reincarnation is more of it's a recycle. Okay, so he would have had to die and then come back and recycle back into the womb of his mother Elizabeth, and then been born again, given a higher level of existence than what he had. This is reincarnation. So this doesn't go along with the ideology of reincarnation. So it doesn't prove that reincarnation is real.
Does it have to be about his spirit, the spirit of Elijah?
Wait a minute now. He never died.
But
So
why does it say that he is the Eliyahu who is about to come?
There's two people that we know of that didn't die: Enoch and Elijah, Eliyahu. So what in the world is going on here? What is Yahusha talking about? Anybody got any ideas on this?
Mm-hmm.
If you wish to accept it, he is Eliyahu. Yahusha's pretty blunt here that he is. But truly I say to you, among those born of women, there has not risen one greater than Yahukanon the immerser. Yet the least one in the reign of the Shemaim is greater than he. So why is that? What's going on there? Go ahead, Raul.
Well, that could mean that if Eliyahu is in the Shamayim, he's greater than Yahukanan.
Why would he be in the Shemaim?
Well, he was taken up, right? He never died. He
Just he was
just like
fiery
Enoch.
chariot. He was taken.
It was a tornado, I think, in the story that whips him away, right?
Yeah, he was taken in a fiery chariot in a tornado.
Yeah. So he could be. And the other thought I had maybe is his ruach is dwelling inside Yahukanon, and that's what Yahusha meant.
His spirit's in Yahukanon?
Yeah, his ruach, yeah, his spirit is.
Then he would have had to remove his ruach and his body would have died, returned to dust. But scripture doesn't say that. He was probably taken to paradise, not up into the Shemaim. No one's ascended except he who descended, and that's Yahushua.
Paradise with.
So maybe he was foreshadowing, or maybe he was making a reference when he said that, because it's pretty blunt, like you said.
Yeah, anybody else got any thoughts on it? We really only got two choices here. We can say that that he was literally Elijah, okay, or we can say that Yahusha was speaking and talking in figures of speech.
That's probably more like.
Was he speaking in figures of speech, trying to let everybody know that Yahukanon would be the one of the two witnesses, and then go to Malachi 4, Draz?
To read the whole chapter, or
No, just go to Malachi 4 and hang on, let me catch up with you.
verse 5, right? To 6.
You can read the whole chapter. It's very short.
Okay. For look, the yom shall come, burning like a furnace, and all the proud and every wrongdoer shall be stubble. And the yom that shall come shall burn them up, said Yahuwah Tsabaoth, which leaves to them neither root nor branch. But to you who fear my name, the servant of righteousness shall arise with healing in his wings. And you shall go out and leap of joy like calves from the stall. And you shall trample the wrongdoers, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet, on the yom that I do this, said Yahuwah Tsabaoth. Remember the Torah of Musha, my servant, which I commanded him in Koreb for our Israel, laws and right rulings. See, I am sending you Elijah the prophet, for the coming of the great and awesome day of Yahuwah. And he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with utter destruction.
Okay, so is Yahusha comparing John the Immerser to the coming of Elijah, the prophet, before the great and awesome day of Yahuwah, and that he would turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to the fathers? Didn't Yahukanon do that too? Yahukanon the Immerser did that same thing?
I mean, he did, though, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was, proclaiming to repent. Because he said, repent, for the reign of Yahuwah has drawn near.
Okay. All right. So then it seems like there's a sort of a parallel, or if you will, between Yahukanon the Immerser and Elijah's life and what their destiny is. So I'm not taking this literally. To me, this is kind of a figure of speech, indicating that they're kind of they both have the same assignment type deal. Anybody else have any thoughts on it?
But, he said that he shall send, Elijah the prophet before his coming, right? So
Yeah, before
doesn't that mean that he will be the second witness in the Revelation too? as
Yeah,
we
there's
can
a good
see.
possibility that he will be the one of the two witnesses, him and Eleazar.
Yeah,
It's a
because he
good-
says Elijah the prophet.
Yeah, and then John, in Revelations 10:11, he tells John that he will have to prophesy again.
Yeah, so like Lee White says that Eliyahu and Alazar are possible candidates for the two witnesses.
Yeah, because neither one of them. Well, John, Yahukanon, Eleazar did die once,
Yeah, he
but
did.
he was
Yep.
brought back to life. So there's a good chance that he is alive. And since Revelation says, if you accept that John in Revelations, he did identify himself as John is Eleazar. And I'm not sure why he would still be incognito at this point. Because in Revelations, he's already been caught. He's on the island of Patmos. He's been boiled alive in oil, and he survived. He was put on the island of Patmos. Okay. And so he's already been caught. There's no reason at this point for him to be in incognito and use an alias any longer. So why isn't he using his name, Eleazar? Why continue to use the alias name? And he's been caught. He's no longer running. He's been exiled to the island of Patmos. You see what I'm getting at? So why is he using all of a sudden an alias? And he doesn't need to because he's already been caught and exiled to the island of Patmos. See, that makes no sense.
Could it be maybe he got used to that name, or?
It could be that he'd been going by that name for so long that he just continued to use that name.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me that he was just used to being called as John or Yahukanon, actually.
Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense. And so that is kind of proof in a roundabout way, that Eleazar, after he knew that the Pharisees were out to kill him, that he did go by an alias of John. And he continued to use it for so long that he got used to it, and he continued to use it even after he didn't have to, after he was already caught and put on Patmos. You see that? The only thing that makes sense. So that's kind of proof that that was the alias that he was using.
No, also I want to say about Yahukanon the Immerser, I think he was fulfilling the prophecy, because it says in Matthew 11, for the Torah and the prophets prophesied till Yahukanon, and then that Eliyahu is the one that shall come. But I think that he was fulfilling the prophecy in a way.
Fulfilling, what do you mean?
Because it says in Matthew 11 that for the Torah and the prophets have prophesied till Yahukanon.
Yeah.
So wasn't he kind of like fulfilling something? Because it says in, for example, in verse 13 of Matthew 11, where all the prophets in the Torah prophesied till Yahukanon. Well, then he said, if you wish to accept it, is he Eliyahu who was about to come? But I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe.
I don't see him how he's fulfilling the prophecy.
No, because the prophets in the Torah prophesied till Yahukanon.
Till Yahukanon.
Oh, till yeah, okay.
If you wish to accept it, he is Eliyahu who was about to come. Who was about to come. Who was about to come.
I think, yeah, that might be actually referring to Malachi 4. I think that they think.
I'll probably go back to Malachi 4, and like I said, I think it's just a reference to the. It's just like, in other words, he's the lesser light. Let's go back to Genesis, the fourth day, where Yahusha is the greater light, and Yahukanon the Mercer is the lesser light. And so we go back and look at it that way. It's Yahukanon the Immerser is walking, has the same job or whatever as Eliyahu, and that that he will turn the sons to the father and the fathers to the son.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah.
Before the great and awesome day of Yahuwah, or in Yahukanon's case, before the ordaining, I guess, of lack of words, of Yahushua HaMashiach, to bring giving men back life, bringing them out of the darkness into the light.
But also, he's the messenger preparing the way of Yahuwah.
He's preparing the way. That's what I'm saying. Turning
in
the fathers
Isaiah chapter 40,
and the son back to the fathers. You know what I mean?
Because when he said that, prepare the way of Yahuwah, then we obviously know that Yahusha is Yahuwah, obviously, or that Yahuwah is Yahusha, actually, because he prepared the way for him, because he says that he is before him, before me, or greater than me, before me, and all that. I just don't
So
know what
Yahukanon came as a type, if you will, as Yahusha, by immersing in water. Yahusha is the only one that can immerse you in the living waters, which is the Ruach HaKodesh. So John, the Yahukanon, the immerser, would be a type or foreshadow of Yahusha, and Yahusha is the one who immerses in the Ruach HaKodesh, or with living waters. He's the only one.
That's also comparing, like the greater light and the lesser light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the lesser light was just a witness of the greater light.
Yep.
And so that would cause him to be a type or a foreshadow. And so immersing in water was a foreshadow of Yahushua immersing us with the living waters, or with the Ruach HaKodesh, which gives you everlasting life. He's the only one that can do that. Nobody else can do that. If you receive the Ruach, it's because you've been immersed by Yahushua. That's it. He's the only one that can do it. Matter of fact, Yahushua wanted everybody to know that so much that he never even immersed anyone with water. Yahushua did not immerse anybody with water ever, because he wanted to make that distinction so well defined that it was him and him alone that would immerse you with the Ruach HaKodesh, with the living waters. He didn't want to murk the water. He wanted that to be clear and defined. So Yahushua never immersed anyone with water. Now, Scripture says Paul never immersed anyone with water. He said, "I didn't come to immerse you with water," but yet Paul really did. He did immerse several people and a whole family of people with water. So it's not true that he didn't immerse anyone with water. But he immersed a few people. He didn't go around water immersing. It wasn't his job. His job was to bring the Basora of Yahusha. Okay, but Yahusha himself never immersed anyone with water. He only immerses with the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, so I think this can be an example of what they're saying here, that Yahukanon the immerser is Yahoo, same as we could say, that John the Baptist, or Yahukanon the immerser, immersed is, as a type of Yahusha immersing with the Ruach. And so therefore he was the reality of Elijah. But in the end, the type of Elijah is when Elijah comes before the day of Yahuwah, which never died. It's funny that Enoch's not mentioned to do anything. We know he didn't die, but after that, there's nothing on Enoch. All right. So I don't know if that's clear there enough for you, but that's about the best way I know how to explain it. I don't believe that he is Elijah, literally. I don't think that's what Yahusha was saying.
Maybe he was foreshadowing of Eliyahu.
Yeah.
I think that makes more sense.
Yeah. Because he witnessed about the light, right? So Eliyahu and Eleazar, we'll just say, are the two witness. If they're the two witnesses, okay. So then Yahukanon witnessed about Yahusha, so he was the witness that prepared the way for Yahusha to come and immerse everyone in the Ruach HaKodesh, which was the secret sign of Yahuwah for the 5th day. So it all kind of ties in there that way. All right. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? Comments or questions? If not, let's move on, Drez.
Verse 35. And the following Yom, Yahukanon was standing with 2 of his Talmidim, and looking at Yahusha walking, he said, "See the Lamb of Elohim." And the 2 pupils heard him speaking, and they followed Yahusha. And Yahusha turning and seeing them following, said to them, "What do you seek?" And they said to him, "Rabbi," which means teacher. Poetical praise inserted in the Greek RT. Rabbi is not a word found in Tanakh. Its root rab means exalted or lifted up. Rabbi literally means my exalted one. Where are you staying? He said to them, "Come and see." They went and saw where he was. He was staying and remained with him that Yom. Now it was about the 10th hour. Andri, the brother of Shimon Kepha, was one of the 2 who heard from Yahukanon and followed him. First he found his own brother Shimon and said to him, we have found the Mashiach, which means the anointed. And he brought him to Yahusha, and looking at him, Yahusha said, "You are Shimon, the son of Yuna. You shall be called Kepha," which means a stone. On the following Yom, Yahusha wished to go to Galilee, and he found Philip and said to him, "Follow me." And Philip was from Beit Saida, the city of Andri and Kepha. Philip found Nathanael and said to him, "We have found him whom Moshe wrote of in the Torah and the prophets, Yahusha of Nazareth, the son of Yusuf." And Nathanael said to him, "Is it possible for any good matter to come out of Nazareth?" Philip said to him, "Come and see." Yahusha saw Nathanael coming toward him and said of him, "See, truly a Israelite in whom is no deceit." Nathanael said to him, "From where do you know me?" Yahusha answered and said to him, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you." Nathanael answered and said to him, "Rabbi, you are the son of Elohim. You are the sovereign of Yisrael."
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so what does that mean right there when Yahusha said, before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you? What's Yahusha telling him? And what prompted him to declare him to be the son of Elohim, the king of Yisrael?
I think it means that he was omnipresent and saw him. Or like that maybe he manifested in there and saw him. I don't know. Something like that.
Go ahead, Raul. Got your hand up, Raul?
Well, I was going to say that he saw him under the fig tree. And he was proving to him that he had already seen him before. So he knew it had to be the son of Elohim, because there was no way for him to know that he was under the tree unless he was the Messiah. He knows everything all the time.
Okay, so in the Hebrew mindset, anybody else got anything to comment on this? So in the Hebrew mindset, back here at this time, Nathanael knew and understood that when Yahusha said, before Philip called you when you were under the fig tree, I saw you, he referenced that as a sign of the millennium reign. And everybody will be under the fig trees in the millennium reign. Okay. It's a reference out of the Tanakh. And so Nathan here understood and knew that Yahushua spoke of them, seen him in the millennium reign. Okay.
Yeah, that's why he said sovereign of Yisrael. That he is the sovereign of Yisrael.
Yeah. Okay. And so that's what blew Nathan's mind.
Thank you. I learned something.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he immediately says, Rabbi, you are the son of Elohim. You are the sovereign of Yisrael. He was all happy.
Yeah.
What did
Okay.
you learn, Raul?
I didn't know that that was a reference of the millennial reign. So I learned Hebrew, yeah, the way they talked.
And well, this was a reference of the Tanakh. And Nathan knew the Tanakh well enough to know what that was referencing. Okay, so let's continue on with that, Dres. Go ahead and finish that chapter off.
Okay. Yahusha answered and said to him, because I said to you, I saw you under the fig tree. Do you believe? Greater than that you shall see. And he said to him, truly, truly, I say to you, from now on you shall see the heaven opened, and the messengers of Elohim ascending and descending upon the son of Adam.
Oh, wow. Okay. So,
Oh, that's amazing.
yeah, that wraps up chapter 1 there. Is any comments or questions or anything at all on chapter 1 of Yahukanon?
I think
Just-
chapter 1 is, I don't know, for me personally, it's my favorite chapter. And many more, of course, but, it's one of my favorite.
It's a great chapter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I wanted to read something Sandra put up because I was thinking the same thing. She said, isn't Yahusha declaring a riddle that he himself is the greater light and Yahukanon the lesser, because Yahusha is Yahuwah the great?
Yeah, the greatest, because he said, for he was before me.
Yeah, he does in that in that passage. Yeah.
And then he declares him to be the greatest.
Yeah, he says, I'm greater than Yahukanon, seeing that he's the greater light. Yeah. Yeah, he does say that. And that's what he is referencing, is the secret prophecy of Yahuwah on the fourth day.
Yeah, because in first Yahukanon, it says, it says, and this is the message which we have heard from him and announced to you, that Yahuwah is light, and in him there is no darkness at all, which is in first Yahukanon chapter 1, verse 5. That Yahuwah is that light, the greater light, which is the light of men.
Yeah. Yeah, in John 8:12, Yahusha says, I am the light of the world. Yep. Also referencing to be the greater light.
Yeah, because he said, he who follows me shall by no means walk in darkness, but possess the light of life.
Yeah. I mean, it puts a whole new spin on Malachi 4:2. It really does. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. We look at that as an error, but perhaps it's not. Maybe it's a reference to the greater light.
Isn't that also reference to Psalms 91 of him protect him with his wings? Because
Yeah.
isn't that like like connection, Psalms 91 and Malachi 4? Because there it also says that there shall be ashes under our feet, and he shall protect us from it, or from the wrath, actually.
So in John 5:35, 36, Yahusha says this. He, speaking of John the Immerser, was a burning and shining light, and you were willing for a season to rejoice in his light. But I have a greater witness than John, for the works which the Father has given me to finish, the very works that I do bear witness of me, that the Father has sent me. So here he's declaring to be greater than witness than Yahukanon, which is a reference to the greater light.
And then he says, and the Father who sent me, he bore witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time nor seen his form. Wait, why does he say that that they have never heard his voice? Because we know that in the Torah, wasn't he talking to Musha face to face? I don't know. It's kind of like I'm kind of trying to understand what does he mean by that? Like you have never heard his voice. I mean, of course, the form I understand, but about the voice thing, I'm not quite sure.
Well, where's that again at, Dress?
Yeah, that's in chapter 6, verse 37.
John 6?
Yeah, John 6, verse 37. Because it says, you have neither heard his voice at any time, nor seen his form. See how he says at any time? I don't know. It's kind of, I'm trying to really figure that out. I mean, I've been trying to figure that out like at some time, but I'm not quite sure how to figure that out.
John 6:37?
Yeah. Because he says, you have neither heard his voice nor seen his form.
No, I'm not seeing it in John 37. What's the reference again?
No, wait. Sorry. That's actually John chapter 5, verse 37. Yeah, sorry. My bad. Yeah, sorry about that.
5:37. And the Father who sent me, he bore witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time nor seen his form. And you do not have his word staying in you because you do not believe him who he sent.
And isn't that he kind of referring to that he is the word? That he is that voice of Yahuwah or something?
Yeah, but I have a greater witness than that of Yahukanon for the works that the Father gave me to accomplish. The works that I do bear witness of me that the Father has sent me, and the Father who sent me, he bore witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time nor seen his form, and you do not have his word staying in you because you do not believe him whom he sent. You search the scriptures because you think you possess everlasting life in them, and these are the ones that bear witness of me. But you do not desire to come to me in order to possess life. I do not receive esteem from men, but I know you, that you do not have the love of Elohim in you. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you will receive. I think it's just he's just telling them that they don't know Yahuwah.
Oh, right. Yeah. That makes sense.
So basically, they don't know Yahuwah. They don't have his word staying in them because they don't believe in Yahusha. They don't believe that Yahusha is Yahuwah, and so they don't hear him or see him.
Yeah, I
like,
think it kind of connects to, for example, in Deuteronomy 28, where it says, like, obey my voice.
go ahead,
Isn't that
Phyllis.
kind of like a connect?
Phyllis.
It just reminds me of what that everybody recognizes JESUS, and he didn't come in his own name. It's just a pure. He was already prophesying the false name JESUS.
Yep. He literally was, yeah. Chapter 5, verse 43.
Yeah, their ears are closed, man. They can't hear him. They don't realize that he is Yahuwah.
Yeah, they're kind of stiff-necked. Because he literally said, I have come in my Father's name, you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you would receive. That kind of means that he came in his Father's authority. And also in his esteem of Yahuwah also.
So is he talking about the lawless one when he says that the man who comes in his own name, him you shall receive?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about the fake name, different name altogether.
Mm.
So they're going to follow, and these are the ones that bear witness of me. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. And if another comes in his own name, him you would receive. And I believe this is talking about the J man.
Well, also it's like the church of today, and I don't want to get too off topic or anything, but they never talk about the Old Testament. Usually these churches don't really talk about the Old Testament too much in the name Yahuwah, or even YHWH. They don't even mention that name. They don't mention any reference to that name. And it's almost like they're preparing. It's like it's preparing the people to be deceived. You know what I mean? For that man to come in the J name and to, essentially.
I also want to add to that, because you said they don't believe in the Old Testament. John chapter 5 verse 43 actually connects to Exodus chapter 23 verse 20, where Yahuwah says, see, I'm sending a messenger before you to guard you in the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Be on guard before him and obey his voice. Do not rebel against him, for he is not going to pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you diligently obey his voice and shall do that I speak, see what he speaks, then I shall be an enemy to your enemies and a distresser to those who distress you. Because there he says, for my name is in him. So that, so that's why I really wanted to add, because like you said, Joshua, Christians don't indeed read at all the Old Testament. That's why people are deceived and workers of lawlessness.
Yeah, they think there's two different testaments, an Old Testament and a New Testament, and really it's just one testament. There's one scriptures, and it's
Yeah, they also believe that, the Old Testament God, as they say, is the evil one, and then the New Testament God, which is JSUS, they say he's the good one, that he's all love and favor and So it's kind of like they kind of basically say that the Father is the evil one and the Son of well, I don't know, it kind of makes no sense. Son of the Father is the good one. I don't know. It's weird. Because then in Christian mindset it doesn't make sense, because when we go to Philippians chapter 2, even though in their scriptures says that, how does it say that, whatever, yeah, it says that JSUS is LORD to the esteem of God the Father. But what it actually says in their scriptures that, where if we bring the real names, it will be like that Yahusha is Yahuwah to the esteem of Yahuwah the Father. But you know, like you know what I'm saying. So in Christian mindset, it doesn't make no sense because they basically saying that Yahusha's father is the evil one, and that the J-man is the good one.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so here in this verse 43, I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, so this is speaking of someone else, him you would receive. So people try to say that this is it's just about the name, okay, program name versus the true name, but obviously it's not. So this person that another comes in his own name, him you would receive, is a different person. This is not speaking of a program name or substitute name attached to the Messiah. This is a totally different person. Another comes in his own name. So this is specifically talking about someone else is going to come in his own name. In him you would receive. So this program name more than likely is going to be the J-man. And
Yeah, because it has no connection to the father's name at all. It has
Yes.
no Yah.
So we can almost identify that Greek name as the name that the anti-Mashiach is going to come in.
We can also go to Psalms 68 verse 4, because it says, "Sing to Elohim, sing praises to his name, raise up a highway for him who rides through the deserts by his name, Yah." So I always ask people, like, where is Yah in this J-man? Because why do you say hallelujah? Why don't you say hallelujah, hallelujah, JSUS? You see what I mean? Then I explain to them what that the hallelujah means, praise you, Yah, or praise Yah. And then they of course have these nonsense excuses. Oh, it's just in Greek or whatever. Like, makes no sense.
So is it fair to say, I'm that Satan has kind of used translation, like language, as a deception, I guess, language, human language?
I would say yeah, because when you go to Revelation chapter 12 verse 9, it says that the whole world is deceived. So yeah, I would definitely say so. That he kind of uses
it's like
translations. Yeah.
the KJV is kind of like, it is a good translation language to language, but really when you transliterate it from Hebrew to English, you're missing a lot of the context that Hebrew has, that in our language it doesn't really jive with our language. It's not the same thing. So that's how they did it, was through using different languages to
Yeah, well, that's kind of like, we would kind of say that's like a lying pen of the scribes. For example, when you go to Jeremiah chapter 8 verse 8, it says, "How do you say we are wise, and the Torah of Yahuwah is with us? But look, the false pen of the scribe has worked falsehood. The wise shall be put to shame; they shall be broken down and caught. See, they have rejected the word of Yahuwah." So that means they kind of have changed his word. As we can see also in Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 36, that "But the message of Yahuwah you no longer remember, for every man's message is his own word. For you have changed the words of the living Elohim, Yahuwah Tsabaoth, or Elohim." So even the prophets have prophesied that men shall change his word. So yeah, that's definitely, I definitely do agree with you that Satan has kind of deceived with the translations, because they have completely even removed the name, which is the key of knowledge. If you go to, I think, Luke something, I'm not quite sure, it says that you have removed the key of knowledge.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there's also just something to be said about the language itself, the English language. It's, our words don't translate the same way in a lot of Hebrew words, as I'm learning. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm learning Hebrew online, so I'm learning all kind of different Hebrew words, and the English version of it doesn't really capture the meaning or context behind the original word, So even if they're translating it to the right word, it's still because our languages are so different, it changes the context of it, just the language, even without even going in and changing words, So if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so remember when we were talking about this reference to the fig tree down here, representing the millennium reign down here in 48, Yahukanon 1, 48. Nathan said to him, "From where do you know me?" And Yahusha answered and said to him, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you." And Nathan answered and said to him, "Rabbi, you are the son of Elohim. You are the servant of Israel." Remember that? Okay, so that reference in the Tanakh is in Micah 4. If everybody wants to go there. So Micah 4 is on page 616. Page 616. So it's in 4:4, but really we should go up to go start from 1. So I'll do that, but just so you see it, 4:4 says, "But each one shall sit under his vine and under his fig tree." You see that? That's the reference that Yahusha used to blow Nathan's mind. So let's go back up to 4:1 and read down through it, and we'll see that it's speaking of the millennium reign. Probably read through 8. "And in the latter days, it shall be that the mountain of the house of Yahuwah is established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and peoples shall flow to it, and many nations shall come and say, 'Come and let us go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of the Elohim of Yaqub, and let him teach us his ways, and let us walk in his paths. For out of Zion comes forth the Torah, and the word of Yahuwah from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among many peoples, and reprove strong nations afar off. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither teach battle any more. But each one shall sit under his vine and under his fig tree, with no one to make them afraid. For the mouth of Yahuwah Zabuath has spoken. For all the peoples walk, each one in the name of his mighty one. But we walk in the name of Yahuwah, our Elohim, forever and ever. In that Yom, declares Yahuwah, I gather the lame, and I bring together the outcast and those whom I have afflicted. And I shall make the lame a remnant, and the outcast a strong nation. And Yahuwah shall reign over them in Mount Zion from now on and forever. And you, O tower of the flock, stronghold of the daughter of Zion, it shall come to you, the former rule shall come, the reign of the daughter of Jerusalem. So there you can see that this is speaking of the millennium reign. And that's the
That's also, that's also in 1 Kings chapter 4, verse 25. It says about the wine and the fig tree.
Yeah, but this is a direct reference.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
To what we were just reading about with Nathan. The fig tree, in different contexts, is referring to Israel. Israel is the fig tree.
There's also in Zechariah chapter 3,
here,
verse 10.
this is a different context, and this is referring to what Yahusha used, reference he used to blow Nathan's mind. That's why he called him the king of Israel. the son of Elohim.
Also, Zechariah chapter 3, verse 10, it says, "In that day, each of you will invite your neighbor to sit under your vine and the fig tree, declares Yahuwah Tsabaoth."
Yeah, that's also a reference to the millennium reign.
So why exactly how did Nathaniel understand that he was the son of Elohim? What did he just said that, from where do you know me? And Yahusha answered, before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you. What was that in reference to? I mean, I missed that when I was
Yahusha's telling Nathan that he saw him in the millennium reign. He's letting him know you're going to be in the millennium reign. And that's what blowed his mind.
And he understood that when he said fig tree?
Yes. He was familiar with the Tanakh and understood that Yahusha was telling him, I saw you in the millennium reign. You're going to be in the millennium reign.
It makes sense because Nathaniel says that you are the sovereign of Israel. That's why he says that he's the king. Because, millennium reign, he will reign as the king. So, yeah. He understood that.
Yeah, he knew that to be a reference to millennium reign. So back then, the Hebrew, the Yehudim, they would teach their children from a very early age. They would begin to teach them the Tanakh because it was an oral society. And so they would do is they would say, for instance, if we go to Psalms, say Psalms 22, we'll just say. And in Psalms 22, they would say to their children at an early age, my all, why have you forsaken me? Far from saving me, far from the words of my groaning. And then they would stop. And then the children would take over. And in their mind, they would, through verbatim, they would learn all this verbatim. They would take over. They would know exactly what reference the teacher was going to teach on. And so they take over and say, oh, my Elohim, I call by Yam, but you do not answer. And they would read out that entire chapter. Okay, that teaching, it wasn't put in chapters yet, but I'm just saying that so you understand what I'm saying. And so they understood the passage in scripture in the Tanakh that the teacher was going to teach on and referencing when they said that, because by the time the Hebrew child was 12, he could recite half of the Tanakh by memory, verbatim. By the time they became an adult at 20, they could recite the entire Tanakh by memory because it was taught to them since a baby. That's just what they did. They were an oral society. And we can see this example. Yeah, go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just thinking, it's almost as if he wasn't even under a fig tree physically, but when Yahusha told him that, I don't mean the physical part went along with the spiritual part of Yahusha's prophecy that he was going to be in the millennial reign. But most people with fleshly eyes would just see the physical and not pick up on the spiritual, which you just taught me. Thank you.
Yeah, and so a good example of this verbal teaching, this oral teaching that they did back then, being a rabbi himself, we can look at what Yahusha said in Matthew 27. I believe it's in 27. So if we go to 27, yeah, 27:45. Matthew 27:45, and keep in mind Psalms 22. All right. So Psalms 22 says, my all, why have you forsaken me? Okay. And so if we go over here to Matthew 27, we find Yahusha on the stake. Yahusha's on the stake. Okay. And he, verse 45 would just say, and from the 6th hour, there was darkness all over the land until the 9th hour. So this would be noon to 3:00 p.m. in our time. And about the 9th hour, about 3:00 in the afternoon, Yahusha cried out with a loud voice, saying, Allah, Allah, lama sabachthani. That is, my all, why have you forsaken me? You see it? And so what the Christianity teaches that here that Yahusha was subordinate, that he was a weak and subordinate all. And he was crying out to the Father for mercy and complaining and grumbling. Why have you forsaken me? Why have you let this happen to me? Why did you do this to me? Okay. Acting like he's subordinate or weak, that weaker than the Father. This is a huge problem in Trinitarian theology because they say that they're equal and they're in sync. They do everything exactly the same and they're like-minded. So it throws a big monkey wrench into their gears and totally destroys Trinitarian theology here. Okay, so what was Yahuwah really saying? The people that were down below that was there at his execution, he was continuing to teach them. And they were all crying. They were in chaos and confusion. They were crying. They were hurt. They didn't know how this could happen. They were in a lot of trouble. And so to soothe them and to make them understand what was happening and why he was on that stake, he referenced Psalms 22 to them. And they, being an oral society, and they knew Psalms 22 by heart and could quote it verbatim, knew they went in their minds when he said, my all, why have you forsaken me? They went straight to Psalms 22, and then they finished that chapter off in their mind, that passage, and then they knew what was going on and why he was suffering and hanging on that Roman execution stake. So he was continuing to teach them. So in order to see that this is what Yahuwah was doing, go back to Psalm 22, and who wants to read Psalms 22? This is the last reference the Rabbi Yahusha gave to his people, so they would know what was going on.
I can read that if that's.
Go ahead and read it. Psalms 22, the whole thing.
My all, why have you forsaken me? Far from saving me, far from the words of my groaning. O my Elohim, I call by day, but you do not answer, and by night, but I found no rest. Yet you are set apart, enthroned on the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in you; they trusted, and you delivered them. They cried to you, and were delivered. They trusted in you, and were not ashamed. But I am a worm and no man, a reproach of men and despised by the people. And those who see me mock me. They shoot out the lip, they shake the head, saying, he trusted in Yahuwah, let him rescue him, let him deliver him, seeing he has delighted in him. For you are the one who took me out of the womb, causing me to trust while on my mother's breasts. I was cast upon you from birth, from my mother's belly you have been my all. Do not be far from me, for distress is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have surrounded me, strong ones of Bashan have encircled me. They have opened their mouths against me as a raging and roaring lion. I have been poured out like water, and all my bones have been spread apart. My heart has become like wax, it has melted in the motes of my inward parts. My strength is dried like a potsherd, and my tongue is cleaving to my jaws. And to the dust of death you are appointing me. For dogs have surrounded me, a throng of evil ones have encircled me, piercing my hands and my feet. I count all my bones. They look, they stare at me. They divide my garments among them. And from my raiment they cast lots. But you, O Yahuwah, do not be far off. My strength hastened to help me. Deliver my life from the sword, my only life from the power of the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion, and from the horns of the wild beast. You have answered me. I make known your name to my brothers in the midst of the assembly. I praise you. You who fear Yahuwah, praise him. All you seed of Jacob, esteem him. And fear him, all you seed of Yisrael. For he has not despised nor hated the affliction or the afflicted. Nor has he hidden his face from him. But when he cried to him, he heard. From you is my praise to the great assembly. I pay my vows before those who fear him. The meek ones do eat and are satisfied. Let those who seek him praise Yahuwah. Let your heart live forever. Let all the ends of the Eretz remember and turn to Yahuwah, and all clans of the nations bow themselves before you. For the reign belongs to Yahuwah, and he is ruling over the nations. All the fat ones of the Eretz shall eat and bow themselves. All who go down to the dust bow before him, even he who did not keep alive his own life. A seed shall serve him, it is declared of Yahuwah to the coming generation. They shall come and declare his righteousness to a people yet to be born, for he shall do it.
Okay, so there, by reading the reference to Psalm 22, we can see why Yahusha referenced it to the onlookers at his execution, so they would know what was going on. So he wasn't a subordinate, weak God of a Godhead, made up Godhead, a part of a three-headed monster of sorts. He was a rabbi, and he continued to teach even with his last breath. Go ahead, Phyllis.
And that's why the fellow took off and got the sour wine, because that was part of the prophecy. And he realized that this fellow who went and got the sour wine knew what was happening and was fulfilling the prophecy that he would have vinegar.
Yes, it's amazing how all that was going on right there and then when he referenced the crowd, the onlookers over to Psalms 22. It's everything that was going on was written in the Tanakh. That's amazing.
But the soldiers, the Romans, they didn't know scripture. So they told him to leave him alone.
You lost me on that one.
Your mic, Phyllis.
Thank you. I just read further. It says this one calls Eliyahu, and immediately one of them ran and took a sponge and filled it with sour wine and put it on a reed and gave it to him to drink, because it was prophesied that he would be given vinegar to drink. And so this fella was trying to fulfill the prophecy, but the rest of them, not knowing scripture, said, leave it. Let us see if Eliyahu comes to save him.
I have something to say about the Roman vinegar sponge that they gave to Yahusha.
Yeah.
Because it says that a sponge on a stick. For example, if you went to the toilet in ancient Rome, you would not have any toilet paper. Instead, you may have used a sponge to wipe. These ancient devices consisted of a stick with vinegar of salt water, soaked sponge attached. They were often shared. So basically what they gave to Yahusha was basically Roman toilet paper, so that they wiped their, anus. So basically he drank off of it, because that's like a Roman toilet paper, as we can see in the museum. So that's kind of horrible, man. Damn. I kind of just read that. I never really knew that until now. Like they literally gave him toilet paper, or Roman toilet paper.
Well, let's hope it hadn't been used.
Yeah.
Knowing the Romans back then, it probably was.
It was. I mean, that's what they gave Yahusha to drink, man. Its name is Xylospongium or something like that. Sponge on a stick was a hygienic utensil used by ancient Rome.
Draz?
Hmm?
If you think of it, they're still giving us Roman toilet paper in the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, I agree.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
We hear you.
Oh, okay. I think we're going to stop here now, and we'll start back up in John next week with chapter 2. That's where the signs, 7 + 1, 8 signs begin. So let's just hold off there, and we'll continue on next week with chapter 2. Okay, so I'll just open it up for discussion, comments, questions, whatever y'all wanting to do at this point. We've been on.
Mark, I just kind of have a question. Did you know that that sponge on a stick was what they gave to Yahusha, kind of like a Roman toilet paper that they wipe their anus? I mean, did you know that?
I wonder he didn't put it in his mouth.
Well, they did, obviously.
I didn't. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I mean, if I did, I forgot about it. But
I mean, in the scriptures, there is like that they gave him
a sponge.
Yeah, a sponge to drink.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's possibility that could be. I mean, they did so many horrible things to him. They did. It wouldn't surprise me if that was what it was. But they had to wipe somehow back then. They didn't have toilet paper, so they're probably using different things, rags and whatever. We can only imagine. But I've also read where that their feces wasn't like what we have today either, because they didn't have all the dyes and preservatives and all that kind of stuff in their food. The food and stuff they were eating were more natural, didn't have the preservatives and everything in it. So when it came out and you were done, it evacuated cleanly. But today's food has so much junk in it, preservatives and so forth and so on, that it's kind of like a gummy effect. It's just nasty and smears and stuff that don't pinch off like it should. like it did back then. And so they didn't need to wipe like we do nowadays because of the food that we're eating, all the processed food with preservatives and dyes and everything in it.
Super glue.
There's a lot of stuff we can look at like that, but I don't know if those details are necessary. The vinegar itself tells a huge story that he was.
I just meant the sponge.
And they gave him vinegar, to drink. I think is all we need to know.
But he was hanging on a stake, so they gave him probably the sponge or something. I don't know. That's what I meant.
Oh, he was way up. Yeah, he was in the air on the stake. He wasn't like 50 feet up there or anything. He was, probably 12-foot stake, maybe. I don't know how tall the stakes were. Matter of fact, there was what they would do. They would really impale you. The Romans loved to impale. So hanging on a pole or stake, this type of thing, he wouldn't have been too far off the ground. That's for sure. But they would, to reach his mouth, of course, they would have had to stick it on some type of a branch or a pole or something, or a spear, maybe even, to get it up there to where he could. And maybe he didn't even see him dip it in the vinegar. Maybe he thought it was water. And then when he got it up there, of course, you could smell vinegar. And so then he declined it because, vinegar ain't going to help your thirst. It's just going to make it worse. You're going to have that nasty taste in your mouth that vinegar has.
It's kind of funny that there's a name, Roman Catholicism, like those who, Romans who impaled Yahusha. And they do this nonsense stuff like 7 sacraments and all that nonsense.
Do you know what impale means? Do you understand the term impale?
Yeah.
When something pierces you.
Yeah.
So what they would do, they would go up your backside and out your mouth. And then they would put a board across there so you wouldn't slip down to the ground. They did that quite a bit. And women, they did that with women and through their vagina, and with men through their anus. And then they would come out your mouth.
Okay, can we stop this? I'm going to have to leave.
Yeah, and that would take a long time to recover. And so what they did, they lined the roads, were lined with people on both sides being impaled. So when you came into there, you would see that on both sides of the road. So that's what they were really doing. The Romans, they loved to impale people.
But actually, Yahuwah also said about himself that they shall look upon me whom they pierced.
Yeah.
So speaking of impalers, Vlad the Impaler from Romania, from Transylvania, I guess, he really existed, obviously, in history. And he is close relatives with Charles in England. Come to find out, Charles and Vlad the Impaler are closely related. And I thought it was interesting because they use the dragon symbolism. This kind of goes into what I wanted to ask you about. Because they use the dragon symbolism in England as their emblem.
Uh-huh.
And what I wanted to ask you was, or run this by you, is I'm doing Torah study classes, and we had just got done with Revelation, and Revelation was talking about the creatures surrounding the throne, the one with the lion face, the one with the eagle's face, the ox, and a face like a man. The 4 creatures. And isn't that reference to the 4 tribes of Israel, the 4 main tribes? Because the tabernacle, the way that they were surrounded, the tabernacle was the tribe of Dan at the north. Ephraim was to the west. Judah was to the east. Reuben was to the south. And the emblem for the Ephraim tribe was an ox or a bull. And the emblem for Dan was a serpent that was later changed to an eagle. And then Judah was the lion. So isn't that those faces? And then Reuben was the human. So it seems like those four creatures mentioned in Revelation, does that line up with, do you follow what I'm saying here, I guess, is do those four creatures have something to do with these four tribes? Because there were four tribes with 3 offshoots, so which comes to 12, you know. So you've got the tribe of Dan and the 2 other tribes that go along with Dan, you know, the families, which I can't remember offhand who that was in the tribal, but the same thing with the other ones. So anyway, my point is that it's just interesting that they were talking about those 4 creatures, the one with a lion face, the one with the face like an eagle, the one with the face like a man, the one with the face of a lion. And also those 4 creatures were described exactly how the 4 tribes were around the tabernacle in Numbers. So I guess I'm trying to make the connection here that those creatures, whatever these creatures were supposed to be, really seemed like, and it said that the creatures followed Yahuwah wherever he went. And it was like, that's what the Israelites did with the tabernacle. They traveled with the tabernacle and sat around the tabernacle in a very specific way. It even mentions that in Numbers. And then Ezekiel, of course, talks about the creatures as well with the 4 different faces. So my question is these 4 creatures were Ephraim, Dan, Reuben, and Judah, were they not?
In reference to the coat of arms in England, I mean, I'm missing what you're trying to connect it to.
Well, I'm just because I guess the England, I guess I think that's the tribe of Dan, you know, the English monarch.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's funny that this country was founded because they, you know, our ancestors came from England for supposedly religious freedom, and it just seems like, I don't know, you know. And then you watch the show Game of Thrones, and they talk about this king of the north, and that symbolism is a dragon, which is exactly what the tribe of Dan was located on the tabernacle. They were in the north. They represented the north. The dragon represented the north, which later became an eagle, I guess, at some point. But I guess what I'm asking you is are the creatures of Revelation and Ezekiel these 4 tribes?
I don't think so.
Because it matches up perfectly. Even the way they describe the creatures, he even says it in order, exactly how the tribes were around the tabernacle. The creature to the right, the creature to the left, describes perfectly where Ephraim was to the west of the tabernacle and where Judah was east of the tabernacle. If you get what I'm saying here, I know it's kind of a little complicated, but
Well, I'm hearing what you're saying. I don't believe that way.
okay.
You know, I in one way, but in another way, I can understand because, you know, the 12 tribes were scattered throughout all 4 corners of the world. So there would be evidence, and there is evidence throughout the continents and throughout the world and the countries of the influx of the Hebrews into that area. You know, rivers were named after them, towns were named after them. There's people with surnames that are Hebrew. There's artifacts found in different parts of the world. This type of thing is evidence that these tribes are spread out all over the place. And so in that way, yeah, it could be. But as far as what you're saying in the Tanakh versus Revelations, I'm not seeing a connection there.
So here, let me explain it a little bit better.
Okay.
Ephraim. So in Revelation 4, basically what I'm saying is that in Numbers, when it describes the tribes that are how the tribes are set up around the tabernacle,
Mhm.
Yeah.
okay, Ephraim is to the west of the tabernacle, Judah's to the east, Dan's to the north, Reuben's to the south. And when they describe the creatures, they describe those creatures' faces in exactly the same order as. So, in other words, Judah is in the east, which is to the right, correct? Ephraim is to the west, which is to the left of the tabernacle. When you're
Are
looking
you
at it.
listening to Joseph? Okay.
I just briefly left.
So then Reuben's to the south and Dan's to the north. So when they describe the creatures, it says the creature to the right was, and I don't have it. Let me see it. I'm just might as well flip to it. Revelation 4. Let's see here. Okay, and the four living creatures covered with eyes front to back. And the first living creature was like a lion, and the second living creature was like a calf, and the third living creature with the face of a man, and the fourth living creature was like a flying eagle. And the four living creatures had 6 wings. And now I'm trying to remember if it's in Ezekiel that they placed the creature to the right. Let's see, Ezekiel 1:10.
Yeah, I don't see a connection there, Joshua, because if this was any type of relation to the end time prophecy of the beast, okay, this would mean that Israel is the end time beast, okay, and I don't see that being true.
Oh, I'm talking about the creatures surrounding the throne, not the four living creatures.
The 4 living creatures surrounding the throne representing Israel?
Correct. They have 4 wings, right? Ezekiel describes it.
How many faces do they have?
4.
3?
Right? Well,
That's
they
6.
have. There it says, and the likeness of their faces, the face of a man. Each of the 4 had the face of a lion on the right side. Okay, the right side of the tabernacle was Judah. Okay.
Yeah, but how many faces did the beast have?
In the likeness of their faces, the face of a man. Do they each have 4, or is it each creature have 1 face?
Well, it says they have 4, right?
Right.
So that would be 16. So it can't have any reference to the 12 tribes.
Okay. But it matches exactly how the tribes were around the tabernacle. So it says that
That could just be a coincidence.
coincidence. Okay. All right.
There's actually 12 tribes. There's not, you're saying 4 main tribes, but there's 12, and they were all put to where they were supposed to be. So you read that, the whole context of it.
Right. But in Numbers.
Numbers what?
2:1 through 3:39. It tells you in detail where each of the tribes was located around the tabernacle.
All 12?
Correct. Well, Ephraim and their cousins, right? There's 2 offshoots of Ephraim. So there's 4 main tribes: Ephraim, Dan, Judah, and Reuben. The other ones, the cousin tribes, they were all grouped together based on their relationships, based on their,
And those camping next to him is the tribe of Issachar, the leader of the children, son of his and Harvey's registered, and the tribe of Zebulun, and and the leader of Zebulun, Eliab, Kelon, his army. And so it goes around where all 12 are supposed to be.
Correct. But in the northernmost is Dan. In the west is Ephraim. It tells you all that in numbers 2 through 1 through 39.
Yeah.
So it tells you directly where they're at directionally around the tabernacle. And that is exactly how the creatures are described, with the lion all the way. It says right here.
That could be a coincidence. It could have some kind of mathematical sense to it, because Yahuwah is very, he's very persistent in his mathematics. It could be, but I don't see where it's that big of a deal to where I don't see where it's telling us anything. I mean, it's other than Yahuwah is very precise in his calculations, perhaps.
Well, because it says that these creatures followed him wherever he went. And that's exactly what they did with the tabernacle. They followed the tabernacle. Wherever the tabernacle went, the tribes went with him and surrounded him in the exact same formation. So I just thought it's a heck of a coincidence for it to not only be directionally correct, but then also the creatures are just as how the Bible describes it, the lion all the way to the right, which is Judah.
Yeah, but what does it mean? What are you trying to say? How are you applying that to any type of meaning?
That's why I'm just running it by you to see because I think there is a meaning there, but what it is, I don't know. I mean, obviously I'm not that smart, But
I don't think it means a whole lot other than Yahuwah is, very precise and coordinated. I mean, in what he does. Yeah. Other than that, I don't see where there's anything there. Doesn't mean there isn't. It just means, I've never really kind of studied that to even really think about that. I'm not seeing anything coming to me right off the get-go for sure. Anybody see anything with that?
I think you're trying to relate the fact that the King Charles is trying to surround him with these same tribes. Is that what you're trying to say? Because the stone that Jacob slept on the day that when he put the stone behind his head, and then he struggled with Yahusha, and that stone was taken by, I believe, Yirmiyahu, I might be wrong, and given to one of the tribes, and they took it to Scotland with them when they were dispersed. And then the King of England stole it from them. It was either Ireland or Scotland. And now it's in one of their cathedrals. I can't remember. Lou just told me the name of the cathedral and I forgot the name. But I think you're onto something there. I'm just not getting it either. But
well, yeah. I mean, all I'm saying is that in Ezekiel, it shows exactly the same order that the tribes were around the tabernacle, and each one of the tribes is represented by an animal of some sort in the Bible. You got Ephraim with the bull or the ox. That was their emblem on their flags, on their banners. Dan with the serpent or the eagle. You remember in Genesis 48:49, Jacob gave all these blessings, and he said the tribe of Dan was like a adder, right? He said the tribe of Dan was like a dragon, basically, a serpent. So, and then you had the Lion of Judah, right? Which we know as Yeshua, but Judah was represented by the lion, and Reuben was represented by man, the face of man. So, I just thought it was interesting. We were just going over Revelation, and it's talking about these four creatures and how exactly their faces were in order, and it's the same order that Israel was surrounding the tabernacle.
probably coincidence.
That is a heck of a coincidence. That's a heck of a coincidence for the same animal to line up with the exact same position that Israel was around the tabernacle, and for the creatures to be named in that order. The lion was all the way to the right, which is to the east, which is Judah. The ox to the left, which was in the west, which is Ephraim.
Now, are we talking about the England, or are we talking about Revelation?
I'm talking about it all. I'm talking about
Because I agree with you. The relationship between Revelation and I can't remember
the whole thing. I was just leading into my. I was going to ask this question before, but he was talking about the Impaler, and it reminded me that I saw that Vlad the Impaler and Prince Charles were related. Prince Charles even admits it. And
Yeah, I don't see the significance in any of it really, other than yes, there may be ancestors of scattered tribes up in England that were sticking to this known knowledge of what Yahuwah wanted the tribes to do. I mean, Yahuwah was the one that gave the command for them to stay separate in their own tribes, under their own banners, and so forth and so on, where he wanted them to set up camp around the tent of meeting, right? So that was all of Yahuwah's commands.
but then the four
They may have done this and carried it on over into their exile for because they're from Israel, you know what I mean? But the significance where I'm breaking down, I'm not saying what it means anything at all, other than proof that some of the scattered tribes went up there into England.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm
not saying.
I guess
and
around that's just because Yahuwah is Yahuwah.
Yeah, but who are these creatures in Revelation? What are they?
The Revelations.
The creatures. With the
Revelations, any animal in Revelations represents a country or a kingdom or a
exactly
rank.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to say is the faces of the animals that they're in the way that they're listed. The lion's to the right, the bull is to the left, which is exactly how it was positioned around the tabernacle. Dan was to the north. The Lion of Judah was to the right, to the east. Right? Because when you look at a map, the right is the east, right? The west is the left. The north is the top, the south is the bottom. So they were positioned I know it's kind of complex, but they were positioned exactly like how the creatures in the Revelation was described.
But what's the significance of that, Joshua? I don't understand.
Well, I don't either. I don't know the significance of that.
I'm not sure what you're suggesting. Okay,
I'm suggesting that that's a heck of a coincidence. that there's something to it. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be looked into because that's not for naught. You know, it's not a coincidence for them.
I think you need to look into it. You need to look into it.
Look into it, man. I mean, I'm not saying that it's anything really other than Yahuwah's will.
Okay, so what were the four creatures? So the four creatures in Revelation with the face like a man and lion and ox. What were they? Were they countries? Is that what you're saying?
No, those were creatures. They're Sephrim. It's kind of like the 12 elders. You find that in Ezekiel too.
Right, now they surrounded the throne, right?
I think they were on each corner of the throne.
Exactly, which is what I'm saying with the tabernacle. You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm not seeing the significance in it.
Yeah, it's big, man. Because it's okay. I won't go into it anymore.
Sometimes
it's frustrating. It's really big.
Josh, sometimes it's given to a certain person. Sometimes Yahusha will bear on a certain person until they go and investigate. Apparently, he's laid something on you to investigate. And so I'm going to hear your report next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been investigating it. Yeah, I mean, I went through Genesis, Numbers, Ezekiel, and Revelations, and went through each of the ones that mentioned all the creatures, the four creatures with the four different faces. They're mentioned in Ezekiel and they're mentioned in Revelation. And the faces that are described are from right to left. So it's basically northeast, southwest is the four faces. It's, I guess, I don't know. And if you draw the tabernacle and you actually label it northeast, west, and south of the tabernacle, how it was set up is exactly the way that the Bible describes the four faces of the creatures. And each animal head matches the tribe to which it is prescribed to. So that's all I'm saying is it's kind of complex to explain. It's kind of weird. I'm not good at explaining things very well because I'm not that smart, but I just noticed that that's a heck of a coincidence. That's a significant coincidence. That's one of the biggest coincidences of the Bible, if that's true. That each animal head matches exactly where the creature's faces were described in Ezekiel and Revelation.
I know where it is in Revelation, but where is it in Ezekiel?
Chapter 1.
Yeah, chapter 1, verse 10.
Okay. I'm going to look it up now.
Yeah.
You got me.
So it just says, and the fire was bright, and the living creatures ran back and forth. Okay, let's see. And each had 4 faces and wings. Their wings touched one another. They did not turn when they went straight forward. In the likeness of their faces, the face of a man. Each of the 4 had the face of a lion on the right side, which is Judah on the tabernacle. Okay, and each of the 4 had the face of an ox to the left side, which is Ephraim on the tabernacle, because Ephraim sat in the west of the tabernacle. So the left side is the ox, is the bull. And I'm running out of battery, so I might run out of battery on you guys here.
Okay.
But and then each of the 4, and each had the face of an eagle, and such were their faces. So it's telling you that the face of a lion on the right side, that's the east. That's Judah.
Okay.
Okay. And the ox is Ephraim, and we know they were positioned in the west, according to Numbers 2:1 through 339 of the tabernacle. So I know it's kind of weird because I'm combining east, west, north, and south to left, right, up, and down. But
That's kind of confusing.
But it just so happens that each of these animals' faces matches up with how the tribe of Dan was set up at the tabernacle and how the tribe of Judah was set up at the tabernacle. And they follow, and it says that they follow Yahuwah wherever he went, which is where.
That's because they're part of his throne.
Right.
They make up his throne. They're part of his throne.
So the tabernacle would be like the physical version of his throne, right? It's like that's why he had him build it, because it's the.
Well, the Holy of Holies was.
That's right. You know, Mark,
the
you're
lid of-
always. Go ahead. Sorry.
The lid of the Ark of the Covenant was his throne.
Yeah. Right.
Mark, you're
They're
always saying
positioned. They're
everything-
positioned exactly like that.
Mark
What'd you say, Phyllis?
says everything in the flesh, in the carbon world, is reflected in Shamayim,
Right.
in the throne. So
That's
there must be a correlationship.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes, you just said what I wasn't able to say is that it seems to be whatever they're describing in Revelation and Ezekiel is the spiritual realm version, and the tabernacle is the physical version of that. You know, it's the carbon copy version of it.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I'll have to do some other investigation. I thought that was amazing.
You need to research that and then put it in some kind of presentation that makes sense.
Yeah, I need a board. I wish if I had a dry board, I could.
In other words, where are you thinking that too? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I have a drawing on here that I drew on my piece of paper.
What's the point you're trying to make? Where are you going with that? That's what we need to know.
Yeah, the point is what Phyllis just said, is that the tabernacle and all of it and everything, even the way that the tribes were set up around the tabernacle was a version of the spiritual realm, that it's the same, it's set up the same in the physical as it is in the spiritual. So
I see it now. I see it. I see.
now
what
we're
you're
getting
talking about.
somewhere, Phyllis. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I'm with you.
Alrighty.
I had to get that off my chest because I've been stewing on this all day, and I even drew it out. I drew out the tabernacle.
Let me see
how
your
the tribes were
picture.
set up. What's
Let me
that?
see your picture. Show
Oh.
your picture.
It's really, I don't know, kind of hard to see. Yeah, I'd have to redraw it on a board and make it more legible, but anyhow, that's all I got for you guys. I was just running it by you, but I know it's kind of like a weird, complex kind of thing to discuss. So
I have no doubt that you're onto something. I agree with you.
it's all right. You don't have to agree with me, but at least I
But
got.
I do. I can't lie.
Yeah.
You know me. I can't lie. I agree with you.
All right. Well, I'm getting off, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Mark, thanks, man. As always, you do a great job.
Right on, Joshua.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you too.
And I think I will try to sort this out a little bit more and maybe bring it to you and see what you think. All right. And we'll go over.
Be interested in seeing where you're going with that.
Okay. Take it easy, guys.
You too.
Well, Mark, I don't think I've ever been the last one on the board before.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've had a good day. We've been on 4 hours and 46 minutes, and it was a great study. I didn't think we'd get beyond chapter 1.
I know you told us in the beginning.
So, yeah. I got my book, by the way. You see the one over there?
Oh, I saw. We were looking at it last night when you were on live. Yeah, that was pretty cool looking.
Bama really likes hers. She's not even using her other one now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she really likes it. So, and my mother wants one. So I think what I'm going to do is order her one, and then I'll just make the the shipping address different from the billing address, and that way you can see that, then just ship it to her house. Can you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just look for that because she's saying she wants one, so I'll send one up to her in Ohio there.
Good.
Other than that, man, I think we're done. Unless you got anything you want to share or talk about. I know Adams was completed the Exodus CD. It's really cool. I'm waiting for my copy to get here, but is he working on the next one in line?
Yeah, he's getting geared up for it. Yes.
Okay. That's good. And I hope everybody's contributing and supporting that project. Is what I'm hoping for.
Yes, we're getting. Thank you. We're getting a lot of attention now,
That's good.
and we're getting a lot of attention over the large print.
I bet.
Yeah. We for so many years we kept telling everybody we couldn't afford to do it. We couldn't afford to do it. And then push and push and push. And finally Lou started looking into it and said, well, we can. And so we started taking pre-orders for it to help us pay for it. And that helped a lot. It really did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know that BYNB there kind of jumps out on that shelf, man. It is kind of like
It does, yeah.
Like they're
it's shining. It's shining in the darkness.
Especially when I go to a single page, then you can really see it. See that?
Mm-hmm.
It really jumps out there now.
We were looking at that last night.
Yeah. So that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Now we're both big.
And
I got different formats.
You got lots of control over there, don't you?
Yeah. See, there it is. We're both big now.
Mm-hmm.
And then back to that one. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, anything else you want to share or talk about or anything to anybody?
I can't think of anything except if Tori is out there anywhere listening. I'm going to send her an email and see how she's doing.
She might be out there. We went up to like at least 33 people I saw in there for a while.
I don't realize how much she's needed and wanted and loved.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Gloria, but she's probably still around. She'll be back.
I love you, Toria.
Yahuwah willing.
And all the other sisters and brothers out there. I give my love to all of you.
Yeah, there's so many different people out there on the internet now. I worry about, people as they listen to other teachers and stuff like that, But it's all out of our control. It's all Yahuwah's will. We need to just rely on Him and trust and believe Yahuwah, for the outcome, whatever His will is. And that's the way it is. I figured Yahuwah got me into this. Yahuwah will get me out of this. That's what I said.
Well, I can't imagine a Sabbath without being with my family. So
Yeah.
I hope you were with us for a long time, Mark.
It's fun and it's a good opportunity for everybody, to learn and advance and to grow and spirituality.
I learn a lot. I forget a lot too, but I keep learning. Maybe I'll learn something I forgot.
I learn every time we go on here. I learn every day, and that's the way it should be.
I want to show you my little buddy. He likes to take my chair. He sleeps up above me, and then he takes over my chair when he comes down and goes back to sleep.
Yeah, he's being a lazy cat now, taking a cat nap, huh?
He really takes his Sabbath rest seriously. Well, I don't have anything else, Mark, unless you have something else to share.
I can't think of anything. I think we're probably going to get off of here now. And,
okay.
Nice to see you again, and I'll see you next week. Hopefully, after this holiday, whatever you want to call it's over, a lot of people will be back.
Sandra just said, I realize I need to listen more and really learn, is why I don't come live anymore. I love the truth. Mm-hmm. Well, Sandra, you can hear as much when you're with us.
Yeah.
We miss you, Sandra.
Yeah, I like to live. Don't bother me. It doesn't distract from me. But in the chat room, when you're typing stuff, which Sandra doesn't do a whole lot of. She does a little bit, but that's what distracts me. And once I'm concentrating on what you're saying in the chat room, I lose track of what's being said.
Mm-hmm.
That's been my experience.
I try to ignore it, but sometimes I'm watching for Lou to put up notes. So I've figured out a way to have it on my cell phone, turn the volume off of my cell phone, and I can sit here and watch the chat. Oh, well, I guess I'm bad.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to stay focused,
It's hard for me to stay focused anything on anything. My brain just wanders.
Yeah, mine does too. That's why you hear me sometimes saying, can you repeat that? Because I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Something else, and my mind wanders on me.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way it is.
So I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving.
Love you too, Lou. Thanks for being on here, brother. Yeah. Yeah, we don't celebrate that like the secular world does, I don't know. Thanksgiving is kind of on the line for me. I'm not real sure about it as being pagan, but I know in a way it is. But on the other hand, it is a day to reflect and be thankful for what you have done for you. So we use it as an opportunity for that. But we don't get together with our family and, this kind of stuff like we used to.
I see it as the only day, the only secular holiday that we can really participate in and get to see our family. But
mm-hmm. I agree. I agree with you on that. Like I said, it's borderline for me as well. I'm not against it. I'm not for it, But the rest of them are obviously pagan.
Right.
Up is big time pagan. And we'll probably do our annual presentation or study on that, like we do every year. But that and Easter are the two ones that are really, in birthdays and Halloween. You know, those are the big ones to avoid. Of course, April Fool's Day. You know, that's Satan's holiday, the father of lies. He loves that's probably his favorite holiday. So
Probably. I never
Without-
did get that. Where did it even come from? I never got that.
Yeah, I never got that one either. The same must be Satan behind that one. But I don't know. I agree with you. Thanksgiving is, if you see it as a day of being thankful and reflecting on the blessings of who has given you throughout the year and stuff like that, you know, it's not too bad. But I know there's background to Thanksgiving that's paganism. You know, like the slaughtering, the massacre of people. It's worshiping food or whatever. You know, I've heard all kinds of different things about it, but I haven't really taken it to that extreme. As far as Thanksgiving, the rest of them, we don't celebrate at all.
Well, we just get together with a family, whatever family's available.
Yeah. So I'm not opposed to Thanksgiving, gathering on Thanksgiving, but I guess it just depends on where you're taking it.
What's the bottom of your t-shirt say? Yah is truth. Oh, I like that. Yeah.
See
I
the
like
lion.
that.
It's a
I
lion.
see the lion. Yeah.
Yah
That's
is
cool.
true. Yeah. Yeah. I wear these T-type T-shirts all week long. I just don't wear them on here. You know, I actually wear them all week long. Different types of T-shirts. You know.
Yeah.
I just kind of like them. I don't have to say anything to anybody. They can read my shirt, and then maybe it plants a seed. You know, who knows? Like I usually wear a hat. I don't wear a hat on here because I believe Scripture says that a man ain't supposed to be covering when he's teaching Torah or reading Torah. So I don't wear a hat on here, but I do normally. And I wear that Yahuwah hat that y'all have on your website, you know. And I've been wearing that hat for a long time now.
Take care of it because there are no more.
Are you serious?
We're cutting back on and just concentrating on books now. We've got so many books, but that's what Teesprings is for. You can go on Teesprings and get all kinds of things that Lou's designed.
Hats. You can get the hat.
I don't know if he's got the hats on there or not.
Well, anyways, I've been wearing that hat for quite a while. You know, not the same one. I've ordered quite a few from you. You know, I've gave a lot of them away. Now that you're telling me this, I wish I wouldn't have. But
Well, if I can find any more, we'll send them to you.
yeah,
I think
right,
I've got one in the closet. I'll just send it to you.
yeah. So anyway, out of all the years I've been wearing that hat, I think I've probably only been asked maybe half a dozen times what that means.
That's not bad.
Yeah. So my original hat was if I wore that people would ask me, you know, what does that say? What's that mean? And then I could have that discussion. But really, not a whole lot of people don't ask about it. Like I said, maybe half a dozen in the last 5 years or so have asked. So I still wear it. I just feel unprotected if I don't. I don't know why.
You need to have his name on your forehead.
Yeah, put the name on my forehead. Yeah, that's the way I see it. All righty. So I guess we're done here. We've been on 5 hours now exactly. It's a long time, you know. For people to actually get on and watch us, and we're on here for 4, 5, 6 hours is kind of amazing to me.
It's hard for me to sit still that long.
Yeah, it's hard for me to watch a YouTube video that's over a
Yeah.
half hour, you know.
Yeah.
Hours like hard for me, but
I draw the line at 15 minutes.
and people are out here watching these videos. It's amazing. You know, we're hitting 300 or even up to 500 people watching this. It's amazing to me. So I've been trying to back down on the time on the 6th day and trying to stick around 2 to 2.5 hours, which I've been pretty much doing lately. But even that's a long time, but there's a lot of people watching. We went over 500 people watching that long of a video. That's pretty good.
But do you know that they watch all the way through?
Well, not 100% of them do not. You know, I can get on there and see that on that on the Yahoo report. I think there was like 43%, if I ain't mistaken, was watching it all the way through.
What percent?
Like 43%.
That's pretty
still
good.
high. But see
Yeah.
what they do? They could watch it in segments. So say they watch an hour and they stop, and a couple of days later they go back and watch another hour of it, and then it would register. It wouldn't register as them watching it completely. So they could be doing that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Which some people probably are, no doubt. So, that's all Yahuwah.
Mhm. He will reach out to who he wants to reach out.
I think he tests people too, you know, and he's like, okay, who wants to know me bad enough to listen to Mark Hawkins talk for 5 hours? Almost like they torture them, right? That's a big test.
That's a
But,
test.
Yeah. So I think he tests their resolve, their perseverance in these longer videos to see how much do they want it, how bad do they want it, how bad do they want to know him. And like Raul and Yami, I think they've watched every single one of my videos and Lou's videos that there is. They want it really bad.
They do.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there are people out there that want to be the bride and they want it really bad, and their interest in perseverance shows it. The determination.
Lou mentioned in the chat that 17 people watched to the end.
Yeah, 17 people watched up to the end when Joshua got off. Now we're down to 13.
Uh-oh. We're on the spotlight.
Yeah, we're on this. We've been there. Four people got bored with us, Phyllis, and dropped off.
Yeah. Yeah, when the rest of the men left, they said, "Oh no, that's crazy woman's on there. I gotta get away." Just a crazy old woman.
Crazy old man and crazy old woman on there. I'm out of here. Draz brings some youth to the situation. Joshua too. They bring some youth to it, right?
Yes. Oh, Peggy says, "Me too." Oh, so, I don't know what she means by that, but hey,
The
Peggy.
crazy old woman too.
Oh, okay. Okay, Peggy. We love you, sister. And if Sandra's still on here, we love you too.
14, we gained one. We're doing good now. We're going up.
Well, whoever that is, I'm sorry you missed it. You'll have to watch it from the beginning.
Yeah. All
It was
right.
a good one.
Yeah, I'm off of here.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
All right. See you next week.
Bye-bye.
So long.